It's one of those, as with Thomas in the first leg shooting that 70, you want to get this 80 done and dusted and out the way with a nice first dart check.
60.
Not to be this time. He will be back. But you expect Junghans now to pressure.
Doesn't particularly apply pressure, so Carl Wilkinson will be feeling confident on double 10. There it is, it's parity early on in the piece. Not an electrifying standard so far. Just be trying to blow off a few cobwebs in the early stages. In some respects, it can be an unenviable time slot. First on in the afternoon, you know, the first eyes are all on you.
96.
Yeah, it is. As a player, it's very difficult to be first on. The toughest one is obviously first game of the championship, but after that, any first game on the day is always very difficult. And
60.
And you're preparing for a time that you wouldn't usually prepare for a game. You know, you wouldn't generally prepare for a game to start at this time. In normal tournaments, they would be sort of 10 o'clock, 10:30 starts. So you're starting to prepare at a strange time for your body clock. It's lunchtime. Do you have your lunch early before you play? Do you wait till after the game? And then all these doubts prop up in your head. And if you let those doubts prop in your head, they can creep into your game. So that's what makes the first game very tough.
Carl the first to have finished, but you'd expect Thomas Junghans to be on something much more presentable. He's in a very relaxed mood in the Players' Lounge today, handing out Swiss chocolates to everyone. Haven't yet seen a big fish check out. Wilkinson doesn't trouble it. 3 consecutive holds of throw. Early signs are promising for Thomas Junghans. That's 2 from 2 on the doubles.
Yeah, we've only had 4 darts at a double and 3 legs have been converted. So I think it shows where both guys are at the minute. These are really important times here, early doors here in set 1. One thing we do know about Wilkinson, the Yorkshireman has got grit. All Yorkshiremen seem to have grit when they come into this building.
We certainly do.
Chance here for Wilkinson to really open up a lead here in leg 4. That's the third 137 of the match so far that I've counted off the top of my head, and he really is looking good on his own throw, but he knows he has to break somewhere.
59. Goal unicorn 141. 97.
Either player pulling up trees against the darts, and Thomas won't particularly mind that, given he won the ball in the back room.
80. Goal unicorn 44.
Double 16. In at the second time of asking. That is an area of Carl's game where he does need to find improvement. If there's been one criticism this week, he's not been particularly clinical at finishing legs. Thomas was rock steady against James Beaton. Had to withstand a barrage of power scoring from the 21-year-old. He hit 8 180s. Junghans came through that test.
Yeah, super match that one. Watched that one at home. It was James Beaton. I say one for the future, but he's been around quite a while already at such a slender age, and I think he's one to keep your eye on. There's no two ways about that. But of course, with the littler effect at the moment in darts, you know, everybody's got to be 17 and under to be able to have potential to go on and be something. Where the likes of myself that didn't make the TV till I was 38 years old is a rarity these days.
Well, the littler effect has probably contributed to the rise of the boys tournament. 8 participants. First match coming next up, including 13-year-old Lex Paeshuyse.
Yeah, I've been told this week to keep an eye on him. 13 years old, he's still got a long youth career left, yet alone going into the adult side of things, and I'm sure he's a name that we're going to see much more of, no matter what happens to him today.
34.
I think this is very much just the beginning for the young Belgian, and not the end, but the end is near in set 1 here for these two, and we're still none the wiser to who's going to grab it.
Call unicorn 170.
Second crack at the 170. Drifted on the second dart. There'll be annoyed with that. The first one looked inviting.
Call unicorn 85.
Does he go the 25 route here? Take the risk? No, he doesn't. 20 for ball.
60.
Oh, that is so tight.
Unicorn 52.
After 4 comfortable holds, it's been a nip and tuck 5th leg.
Last chance, Corral.
32. Call unicorn 25.
So can the Englishman finish this set off? Would it be 9 for double 8? And he does indeed. Big boost and a big lift there for my England teammate, Carl Wilkinson. The sword was sharp. He was definitely sharp there at the end of set 1, and now he will make inroads into trying to hold his own set. There's a fear when you're up there that you can get a little bit elated over breaking that first set and getting it, but you've got to try and forget that and be back at 0-0. Otherwise, you could find you get broken straight back because you put so much emphasis on trying to break that first set when you haven't won the ball.
It probably will feel like a nick for Carl Wilkinson.
And Junghans didn't miss by far. Let's not beat around the bush here. It wasn't like he was hitting the number 20 at the top with nerves of the situation or anything like that. It was 2 well thrown darts. They just didn't go to the desired destination. And
140.
And what a lift it's given Carl Wilkinson now. He's really turning the screw in the opening leg here in set 2.
It's not been a kind section of the draw to the seeded players. Junghans is the last man standing. Wilkinson KO'd the number 8 seed, Benjamin Cracknell, and then we lost Danny Porter and Martin Turner.
89.
Come on, Dan, you've been around long enough. That's just the Lakeside. That's what it does here. That's what makes it exciting to watch. They don't have to be 100 averages and things in this room to make a game exciting to watch. You just want tight games. I did lovely darts there from Thomas Junghans. I loved Barry Copeland's interview yesterday where he said, I'm not worried about averages. He said, I'm worried about, there's a W next to my name, and I think we all get caught up on average. But what we should be getting caught up on is things like that. The 72, dunk, sweet as a nut. Out you go. You can see Wilkie here is at the top of his confidence as we speak.
100.
He's looking good, but the games can swing. Moments can swing in these games. The matches can swing, but
130 seconds.
You're a Yorkshireman. How many world champions have we had at in Yorkshire in the men's? 3? John Boy, Scott Waits, Dennis Priestley.
Yes.
So it's 3, isn't it?
I think so,
Yeah,
yeah.
Looking to add to it, isn't he?
59.
Currently playing very nicely indeed.
Was tipped as a dark horse at the beginning of the week. He's looking more settled on stage.
60.
Yeah, well, the odds that you were saying earlier is probably more to do with the fact that he doesn't play a great deal on the circuit, which would then
41.
make him a very difficult player to track and give odds to, whereas Thomas would probably be one that's seen on varying other organisations over the last few years, and probably the more known name,
68.
which would make Thomas the favourite for the game. But
Carl doesn't play that much WDF stuff, but what he did do prior to Lakeside the previous week, he went to the Czech Open just for a bit of match practice, got to a quarter-final there.
94.
yeah, super tournament, the Czech Open. Been there a couple of times myself. Really enjoyed it.
95. Call unicorn 170.
So last time he hit the treble with the first dart, not to be this time.
50. Top unicorn 78.
Thomas started the leg, so he should have the advantage still. 20 for double top. Nicely thrown to the right, so tops is open. And yes, there it was. Top left-hand corner. If that was a Mo Salah penalty, the Scousers would have been going crazy. Top left-hand corner, lovely jubbly.
Needs to up it in the scoring phase because the doubling has been very good from Thomas, 3 from 5. It's the 2 that he missed were 2 to clinch the first set.
Yeah, it's who's been getting there has been getting out, haven't they? And that seems to be the story of this game so far. Just the one blip, and that was Thomas on that 52 to take the set. And he missed that and allowed Wilkie to come back in on the 25, having wired the ball. He's lost his line and length here a bit, Wilkie.
40.
That's your fault, you see. When I start thinking Yorkshire, I think cricket as well there.
58.
White rose through and through here. Carl's had plenty of support down with him from Yorkshire. Strong contingent have been here at various points this week, including a man who has played stage darts before. Jack Hill took part in the Modus Super Series.
59.
Whereas I'm a Dorset man and we're known for the Jurassic Coast, and I'm getting an old fossil mate in darting terms. So, you know, maybe that's the right way. I know young Jaden Walker, who's 12 years old, calls me the old fossil, so fair play to him.
I think I'd be walking around as confident as that if I could hit 145 checkouts in the manner he did.
Yeah, like you say, it's the Littler effect. Another young man who's got into the game, but he's been into the game since he's about 3.
60. Thomas unicorn 44.
Well, that livened up the crowd, that 180. It's given Thomas an opportunity to break. And we know he's been good on the doubles. And once again, he didn't let himself down. Super stuff from the guy from Switzerland. really is one of those guys that puts Swiss darts on the map. He really is. He is Mr. Swiss darts.
It's another nation that's beginning to produce some very good players.
Stefan Belmont.
Marcel Walpen.
Yeah. Marcel, all friends of mine. It's just, yeah. I played Marcel back at the World Masters back in Hungary. He was in my group. Always good to see him.
Neck and neck in terms of the averages. 79 Wilkinson, 78 for Junghans.
I still think they're feeling each other out here still. I really do.
174.
Lovely visit from Wilkinson. Assisted with the treble 20. Could have looked at the bullseye, maybe leave the Shanghai finish.
69.
How often do you see that in the game? One big visit from an opponent and then you back it because you know you have to. It's super, super stuff here. Once again, he's left that tops. It was his nemesis at the end of set 1. And it's friend at the end of set 2.
Best friend at the end of set 2. So this has been an incredibly tight contest so far, as we perhaps expected. And at the break, it's Carl Wilkinson 1, Thomas Junghans 1.
Tickets for the 2025 WDF Lakeside World Championships go on sale this Sunday at 6 p.m. Head over to www.eventbrite.co.uk to grab the best seats. The 46th annual Winmore Fleetwood Memorial Las Vegas Open will be held from January the 17th till the 19th. Sin City welcomes you to come and play in the entertainment capital of the world. Men's and women's champions win places at the 2025 World Championships. The Romanian Darts Festival is held from January the 24th till 26th. Join the party in Bucharest, register to play by Wednesday 22nd of January and kickstart the new WDF ranking season in historical Bucharest. The Toto Dutch Open Darts is held from January the 30th till February the 2nd. Registration is open until January the 15th. The Toto Dutch Open Darts is by far the largest darts party in the world that you should not miss. And the men's and women's champions go to Lakeside in December 2025. The Isle of Man International Darts Festival is held from March 6th to 9th. A triple header of darting fun on the Isle of Man with the Silver and Bronze Classic and Masters and the Unranked Open. The Denmark Open and Masters are held from May 2nd to 4th. One of the best run tournaments on the calendar in the beautiful city of Esbjerg, the Golden Denmark Open provides the champions a direct qualification into the 2025 Lakeside World Championships. Along with the Silver Denmark Masters, it's a tournament weekend to look forward to. The Toronto Area Open is held from May 30th till June the 1st. It will be the biggest WDF tournament in Canada in 2025, with the winners of the 501 singles directly qualifying for the Lakeside World Championships. Come join North America's best dart shooters in Toronto. The Swiss Open and Helvetia Open tournaments are held from May 30th till June the 1st. One of the longest running tournaments in Europe invites you to join them in between the most beautiful surroundings. The Swedish Open and Masters takes place from 15th to 17th of August. A popular tournament for many of Europe's best arrowsmiths, the double silver weekend always provides great entertainment. The Latvian Open and Riga Open are held from October 17th to 19th. One of the biggest tournament weekends in the Baltic region is near the end of the 2025 WDF season. An excellent chance to pick up your much needed points in this silver and bronze weekend. For more information on each of these tournaments, go to the link in the description. A special thanks to our tournament sponsors and partners, Mission, Blaze, Quiff, Great Game, Dart Connect, L-Style and mastercooler.com.
Welcome back to Lakeside, where we have a very tight game on our hands between Carl Wilkinson and Thomas Junghans. Junghans wrestling back control after Wilkinson took the first set. Junghans will feel that he should be 2-0 up, but he is at least back on terms, and he does have the throw going forward. Not exactly an electrifying standard thus far. There was improvements made in that second set. Nevertheless, it has been an incredibly tight game so far. Quite difficult at this stage, Scott Mitchell, to call a winner going forward.
Yeah, very much so. I think that it was very touchy-feely at that first couple of sets. Thomas would definitely feel that he could have been 2-0 up. Obviously, he haven't had darts, but to drag himself back into it and get it back to 1-1, probably the break came at the wrong time for him. He would have liked to have had the momentum to have carried that on, where Wilkinson definitely had the momentum early part of the set, where he held his own throw nicely after taking set one, and then after that first leg in set two, seemed to have lost his way a little bit. Or was it Mr. Junghans actually turning the screw on him? And I think it was a bit more of that than Wilkie losing his way. So
I have to agree, hit his first 180, and after pinning that 72 finish, Wilkinson didn't get a dart at double in the subsequent 3 legs.
Yeah, he really found his mojo, didn't he? And off he went, did Thomas. So he would have loved to have carried on and had another set there before the break, but we all know when the breaks are, and that's how it works, and that's how the cookie crumbles, so they say. But
80.
We are playing to a finish in this best of 5 sets match.
yeah, it's a best of 3 sets shootout now. It's like a prelim game, isn't it?
78.
But you have the cushion of having a couple of sets, having played up there, having a chance to get settled. Wilkinson, when he gets that first dart right, he really is good. I've been impressed with his cover shooting as well.
95.
Something he's tended to do throughout this tournament. He's not happy with the way the dart lies in treble 20. He's happy to go downstairs, and more often than not, he's been successful.
128, a funny shot to leave, really. You would probably be better leaving 129, because now he's hit the 54. He's got to find another, and he's done that beautifully. Double 10.
118.
Yeah, 128 is one of those numbers where, you know, 129, you only have to hit one treble to leave yourself a go at the ball.
18. Thomas, you require
Can't
10.
afford to be wasting many chances like that.
And that's been shown in the first.
No.
Thomas.
It will be punished. And you know that when you're stood up there. You know that when you miss that dart. You know that the leg is over.
78.
60% on the doubles from Junghans, and you're going to win a lot more darts matches than not in statistics like that.
Unless you're doing a 65 average.
True. This is Lakeside, where the standard is rising.
It does towards the end of the week. We've had a lot of new faces here this week, and it's been very big and very new for some, particularly those that travel. They don't kind of have darts as such as we do in maybe the UK, the Netherlands and Germany at the moment. It's a massive sport here at the minute, and for those guys and girls to travel from far away and having never experienced being on a stage before, let alone in front of cameras, let alone being commentated on, let alone having every aspect of their game highlighted. I remember my first time, it was crazy mad. Crazy mad. It was the camera in the curtain next to the board got me, because as you moved across the hockey, the camera moved, and you noticed it. These days, after you've been and done it a couple of times, you don't notice it, but first time, second time, you do notice it, and it just takes your mind off your game, whereas when you play on the floor, there's nothing really. It's just you, your opponent, a dartboard, and away you go.
Treble 20. Leaves double top.
85.
Wasn't one that desperately needed to go. With Junghans back on 176. On the treble here would leave it handy. Still pressure applied. You want this to go first dart, surely.
No score.
And once again,
Thomas, you require 76.
Wilkie offers opportunities. These are the ones that hurt if they go in.
And that's been shown in the second.
Once again, Thomas Junghans takes the
Third line is
opportunity.
Thomas to throw first. Game on.
Going back to your previous point, I've shared commentary duties with Ray Smith this week, and he said it's a big culture shock for the Australians coming over here and playing on stage, because they have very, very few competitions over there that are anything like this.
Yeah, it is few and far between. I was lucky enough to go over in 2019 and play in the Aussie Darts Open, and that was on a stage, that was on a and that was kind of one of the first times that type of thing had ever happened out there for the system, and it was an amazing thing. I think it happened a couple of times, and then we haven't seen it again. It's very difficult. It's very difficult for the Australians to find sponsorship, and because darts is not a massive sport down there. So whereas you can go anywhere around here and mention darts, and somebody will know a dart player in the UK, whether they follow it or not. So it's very difficult for some of those countries to do that. But I had a whale of a time down there. It was a fantastic tournament.
In an interesting left from Carl Wilkinson, he's hit the treble 20, and each time he's come down the board. Might not come back to the board in this set. Does now.
137.
Really now has to go the 20s route. A single 20 to lead the ball. That leaves double 5.
18.
Once again, he's a smidgen over. He had the same problem with tops in the last leg.
That's been shown in the third set.
Clean sweep in the third set for Thomas Junghans.
Fourth set, first line. It's Carl through first. Game on.
Carl will be frustrated because the scoring was excellent from him.
He'll be frustrated because he's given himself opportunities. And then you start thinking,
please take the phones off, please. Thank you.
phone going off in the crowd there. Oh, Wilkinson was throwing, and that can be the thing that turns your head in these matches.
140.
The slightest thing can get you.
Because it is quieter here today,
140.
every little noise can be a distraction. So our referee Marco Meyer channeling his inner Jan Verhaast there, telling people to switch their phones off.
86.
Opening up with a 22 has made this now very difficult for Wilkinson to hold his own throw. He's there and there on the scores, but Thomas has effectively turned the throw already. And he's definitely turned it now with those two trebles.
180. 45. Thomas Unicorn, 95.
Junghans looks in complete control.
46.
Even the missed big number doesn't really matter at this stage.
He was probably telling himself in his mind not to miss it, and ultimately when you do that as a dart player, you end up missing it and overthinking it. So
That's been shown in the first line.
Tops is good for Junghans once more. It's a break of throw, and he's only 2 legs away from securing a quarter-final spot in a match against Francois Schweyen, who beat Brian Raman in an absolute thriller last night. The less fancied of the two Belgians, I think it's fair to say, but Schweyen defied the resistance from the Riddler.
112.
yeah, Junghans has done everything he needed to do here in set 4, break Wilkinson early and pile the pressure back on him.
59.
He still has to hold his own throw here. A break here from Wilkinson could cause Thomas some problems. We've seen it in the past. We've seen it down the years where a game looks done and dusted at 2-1 and it tends to come back to a player who's trailing.
This stage of the competition last year that Thomas Junghans was beaten. Narrowly lost to Chris Landman, who went on to reach the final. Subsequently went on to win his PDC Tour card.
Yeah, and he'd already played in an alley pally, hasn't he? A couple of years back, because he defeated me in the first round. So Landman was,
who he played.
yeah. He's another one of those that have played at both World Championship venues. The list ever growing.
Carl Unicorn, 94.
Forcing Wilkinson. Oh, nicely done. I have to say, I thought it was forcing him to go the 25 route there to get himself a dart at the ball, but
Plenty of aggression in the shot from Wilkinson.
indeed there is.
48.
couple of contrasting styles here from the guys. Wilkinson stands sort of to the right of centre of the ball. So if you draw a line from like the 20 down through the centre of the bullseye to the number 3, Wilkinson stands to the right-hand side of the ball, out the board. And then you've got Junghans, who stands on the opposite side in a similar position, just to the left-hand side of the bullseye, kind of throwing across himself a little bit.
60.
All about what works for you and how you're comfortable throwing.
Sometimes it's to do with dominant eyes and which one's more dominant than the other, and sometimes it's how the dart sits in your hand and thrown across yourself, it sits in your fingers better. There are many reasons for it. But the result is, it doesn't matter the reason, it's the result of why you do it. And at the moment,
81.
the result is in Thomas Junghans' favour, 2 sets to 1 up.
100.
The Lakeside stage here is not one of the biggest stages in world darts. In fact, it couldn't get anywhere opposite. It's one of the smaller stages in world darts.
44.
Look at the space behind the hockey. You can easily, we've had people fall off the stage here in the past. There's not a lot of leg room behind the hockey for the opponent to stand, and you are standing with your heels right on the back edge. So
I think I'd be standing over at the table rather than behind.
but you can see there, it's not, like I say, but it's one of the most famous stages, if not the most famous stage
84.
in world darts.
160.
It's the one of my generation everybody wanted to play on, and because you wanted to do a 160 on the Lakeside stage. Oh, here we go. Topston for another break.
140.
Well, that would have been seismic. Of course, you strike the ball when you don't want it. Now double 4.
That is a super holder throw under pressure there from Wilkie. Super holder throw. Under all sorts of pressure. Thought he was going to get time with Thomas being back on 160. Thomas comes in, 2 treble 20, wires the tops.
81.
It was a massive let out of aggression there from Wilkinson, but we know after his first round game, anybody that follows him on social media, he said it was the most amazing game of his life to win on the Lakeside stage, and how elated he felt. And that's just what this place does to you. It makes the hair stand up on the back of your neck, whether it's full or empty.
60.
It's still the Lakeside stage. I used to get nervous up there when the place was empty. Well, doing my practice darts. Before the sessions, it was just madness.
It's going to be
44.
pretty much a full house over the weekend. Quarters, semis and finals day on Sunday.
44. 55. 121.
Really into the swing of it now, Wilkinson. That save of throw in the last leg has given him the momentum in this leg, but Junghans will not go away, and another one of those, another treble 20 would have left him a 164 shot, but not to be. Wilkinson needs to turn the corner here, and he has done well.
60. Call you require 96. 56. Thomas
Match winning opportunity coming up for the Swiss. Thomas Junghans wants 144. Opted to go for the 18s route. Hasn't worked.
94.
I have to say, after the last leg, you did fancy him to give that a good go as well.
Double 5.
35. Thomas you require 50.
3 set darts go begging there.
That's been sold in the forward.
Thomas Junghans breaks the throw. It's a little bit premature in saying match winning, but it's a big dart nonetheless.
It would have felt like match winning, that's for sure, because it would have swung the momentum. Now all the pressure is on Carl Wilkinson to hold this throw. And as an opponent, you feel like you're on a free roll. You really do.
85.
An expression on Wilkie's face there shows it. He's under extreme pressure this leg.
60.
Needs a double treble visit here.
58.
Goes troubleless again. Just offering opportunities for Thomas to get back into this leg.
60.
Thomas isn't quite getting his first dart right, is he? Here in this leg. That's the one that Wilkie likes. That's the one he
60.
tries to use the other two. And once again goes troubleless. That's a better one from Junghans. Like I said earlier, once he drops that first one in front, it causes himself a problem. But now Wilkinson has to hit. There's no troubleless visit here that's going to help him. And what a big visit that is. Big last dart.
First to a finish, you'd expect Junghans to be on a better one, particularly if he hits a big treble.
Yeah, you just stand there and think tons enough here in this situation.
60. Call you require 101.
Or actually, you're better off to stand there and not think at all.
Not entirely
67,
sure.
67 left, I think.
Not entirely sure that was the right call.
No.
The percentage doesn't go from 14.
Thomas you require 121.
So this is a match-winning opportunity.
$89. Call you require 50.
Double 16.
And that's been shown in the fourth set. Carl Wilkinson.
Roar have come on,
Massive.
said everything.
Absolutely, that is huge.
Fourth set, first leg. It's Thomas to throw first. Game on.
Got even the baby at the front there clapping, didn't he? I mean, that was a big, big shot. Especially when you only just hit the 18. Your mind would be telling you, oh dear, that was lucky, that was lucky, that was lucky.
43.
Went across and went, he did go some way into the 16 there, going for double 16, but the adjustment, because he kept his rhythm and kept his throw in the way that he always does.
60.
The double 8 was a super dart. So 2-2 it is, and this one had that written all over it from the start though, didn't it, Dan?
I was going to make the point, I think from the first two sets, it felt inevitable we were going to go the distance.
140. 96.
Extremely good at the cover shooting today, Wilkinson. It's a strange one because he's kind of bossed the game a little bit and ended up in that end of that fourth set having to hang in there. Every time he offers an opportunity, Junghans has taken it.
Double shooting card 20.
So double 5 for first blood here in set 5. And Junghans makes no mistake.
And that's the area of the game where Junghans has been much better. He's never needed more than 2 darts to take a shot out. Wilkinson a bit more erratic on the finishing.
99.
Once again, the treble 19 coming to Wilkinson's saviour.
More strong cover shooting from the sword. Double 18. So good under pressure.
At the end of a combination like that, Wilkie's taking his doubles out fairly convincingly. He seems in all sorts of problems when he's got tops left and 3 darts in his hand today. It's a very easy situation to be in. A lot of players do it.
Is that because you know you've got 3 chances?
Yeah, I think sometimes you can think that, well, I've got 3 to do it. Doesn't matter which one. And if you start thinking like that, you don't hit it. It's as simple as that. You always think your odds are better when you've got 3 darts in your hand at a double than you have with 1. But for me, it always seems to happen that if you've only got 1 and you know you've only got 1.
Well, we might only have 2 more legs after this, and that was Wilkinson's first 180. Timed it exquisitely.
Yeah, really getting the grip between his teeth here, isn't he?
44.
He has a danger of the adrenaline grabbing him a little bit too much, and he has that big launch into the 5 at times. Junghans here.
130.
Exquisite setup. He would have wanted to stay nice and straight with that last one to leave himself the straight ton. Puts the pressure on this 147. 67 now then, treble 17. Ah, treble 9 on the shot.
Has been liking tops today. Wilkinson could go for 2 of them.
40. Top shooting by 58. 38.
The pressure's showing.
Coming by 60.
Wry smile on the face of Junghans there.
20. Top shooting
Another
by
chance for
20.
Junghans.
And once again, tops has not been favourable to Wilkinson.
And that's been shot in a powder. Top shot. 4 minutes to go to the
Those
first.
little finishes that Junghans has been taking for fun.
45.
Junghans will now be asking himself to stay nice and straight. Stay nice and straight. Hit himself 2 or 3 tons on the trot. Ton plus scores on the trot here to try and put Wilkinson under all sorts of pressure. On 40, 180 does exactly what he would have dreamed of doing even 3 weeks ago before he got here. Super stuff.
It's never a bad time to hit a 180. Apart from now when he's on 181. But that felt pretty big.
57.
What's in his mind now is just hold yourself together. You've done the hard work now, you've done the donkey work. It's all about holding yourself together.
Top shooting by 124.
That's a big recovery dart from what was looking a pretty bleak situation for Junghans.
Looking for 138.
85.
Drifted into the 5 a few times, and now Thomas Junghans steps up, wanting tops for the quarter-final. It is a quarter-final appearance at Lakeside for Thomas Junghans. He goes 1 better than last year, and his finishing was exemplary throughout. Always felt like he was more in control. The Swissman has swallowed the sword. He's beaten Carl Wilkinson 3-2.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome master round of applause for Carl Wilkinson. And into the quarterfinals, Thomas Junghans. Now, ladies and gentlemen, a 5-minute break, and we will be back with our next match. It is the first of the boys' quarterfinals, as Ralph Laumanis takes on Lex Paeshuyse.
Tickets for the 2025 WDF Lakeside World Championships go on sale this Sunday at 6 p.m. Head over to www.eventbrite.co.uk to grab the best seats. The 46th annual Winmore Fleetwood Memorial Las Vegas Open will be held from January the 17th till the 19th. Sin City welcomes you to come and play in the entertainment capital of the world. Men's and women's champions win places at the 2025 World Championships. The Romanian Darts Festival is held from January the 24th till 26th. Join the party in Bucharest. Register to play by Wednesday 22nd of January and kickstart the new WDF ranking season in historical Bucharest. The Toto Dutch Open Darts is held from January the 30th till February the 2nd. Registration is open until January the 15th. The Toto Dutch Open Darts is by far the largest darts party in the world that you should not miss. And the men's and women's champions go to Lakeside in December 2025. The Isle of Man International Darts Festival is held from March 6th to 9th. A triple header of darting fun on the Isle of Man with the Silver and Bronze Classic and Masters and the Unranked Open. The Denmark Open and Masters are held from May 2nd to 4th. One of the best run tournaments on the calendar in the beautiful city of Esbjerg, the Golden Denmark Open provides the champions a direct qualification into the 2025 Lakeside World Championships. Along with the Silver Denmark Masters, it's a tournament weekend to look forward to. The Toronto Area Open is held from May 30th till June the 1st. It will be the biggest WDF tournament in Canada in 2025, with the winners of the 501 singles directly qualifying for the Lakeside World Championships. Come join North America's best dart shooters in Toronto. The Swiss Open and Helvetia Open tournaments are held from May 30th till June the 1st. One of the longest running tournaments in Europe invites you to join them in between the most beautiful surroundings. The Swedish Open and Masters takes place from 15th to 17th of August. A popular tournament for many of Europe's best arrowsmiths, the double silver weekend always provides great entertainment. The Latvian Open and Riga Open are held from October 17th to 19th. One of the biggest tournament weekends in the Baltic region is near the end of the 2025 WDF season. An excellent chance to pick up your much-needed points in this silver and bronze weekend. For more information on each of these tournaments, go to the link in the description. A special thanks to our tournament sponsors and partners, Mission, Blaze, Quiff, Great Game, Dart Connect, L-Style and MasterCooler.com.
Turn our attention to the boys competition here at the 2024 Mission WDF Lakeside World Championship, and we welcome to the stage a young man who came through the Lakeside World Championship qualifiers. He is the reigning WDF World Masters Boys Champion from Belgium, Paeshuyse.
It's time to discover if the kids are all right in this newly expanded boys tournament here at Lakeside this year. We've gone from 4 to 8, and this is the first quarter final between Latvia's Ralf Laumanis and 13-year-old Belgian Lex Paeshuyse. You may have seen his name float around on social media because he is a prospect and a half, and he's looking to continue what has been a fantastic week for the Belgians so far. The World Masters winner in Hungary, averaging 88 against Mason Teese, another young man who we're going to see in action. Ralf Laumanis is a regular title winner on the boys circuit as well. A man looking to fly the flag for Latvia this week, follow in the footsteps of Madas Razma, who's made a fantastic career for himself. We've got another great addition in the commentary box as well. Scott Mitchell has departed, and I welcome along a former Lakeside finalist, Lorraine Winstanley. Good afternoon, Lorraine.
Good afternoon. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Very well, thank you.
It's Ralph to throw first.
If you cast your mind back to being 13 years old, how would you feel if you were told you're going to be playing on the Lakeside stage?
I wasn't playing darts at 13, so I wouldn't have known what you meant.
136.
The thing you see with a lot of youngsters in darts these days is you'll have seen on social media that 145 checkout from Jenson Walker at the Moda Super Series. There's a fearlessness about the youth of today.
Absolutely, and I think it's such a talent to be able to get up there and play with no fear. I remember those days. I used to play with no fear, and now, oh, the nerves get the better of me sometimes.
I mean, as well as playing, you do a lot of player development with your work with Target Darts. You'll have noticed an upsurge in the number of youngsters participating, won't you?
Oh, absolutely, and especially since January this year. We've got a certain Mr. Littler to thank for that. But the interest has come across the board, so not just your local dart teams, your academies, even schools are now getting dart clubs up and running in the lunch breaks and after school clubs. So it's great to see it coming into other people's lives who perhaps would normally not be interested in darts.
134. By 151.
Ralph, a comparative veteran to Lex at 17 years old.
43.
Here's the number 3 seed based on the WDF boys rankings. Paeshuyse wants 92.
Superb. What a great start.
Clearly not overawed by the challenge, it's fair to say.
He's taking it all in his stride, the pair of them are. Because this is massive, you know, to be stood up here playing probably one of the biggest games of their lives.
100.
They don't look like they've got an ounce of nerves between them.
I wish I could do that.
I think I'm going to retire.
Permanent home in the comms box then.
100.
Oh, I don't know about that. Ask me at the end of the day. Oh, run, Legs, run.
40.
They just look like typical teenagers, not a care in the world between them.
100.
Ralph looks like a very young man. It's like little and large up there at the moment.
62.
Well, what is large at the minute is the Lex average, 109. Only 2 legs into the game, and he's got to take out double 10 to ensure it stays high.
Great marker. Great dart.
First of 2 sets here, there won't be a break in between. And the way that Lex is playing, this could rattle along
Lovely start from Ralph's there. Nice reply from Lex.
Been an amazing year for Belgian darts, dating back to Lakeside last year when we saw Andy Bartons take the title. We've seen wins in the PDC for Dimitri Vandenberg and Mike Decker in major tournaments.
Seems to be a real hotbed for the darts at the moment, Belgium.
140.
There's always been a big darts scene in Belgium, but fast becoming one of the most popular sports over there. Takes a step back and goes for the 18s. He understands his board management.
I think that's one of the things that I've noticed about the youth players more of late. Their maths really, really is good. So you've come across players in the past that they can throw a dart, but they struggle when they get down to actually working out what they need, and that doesn't seem to be happening at the moment. These young players really have got their maths on top form.
Double 18 needed then for Ralph to get his first Lakeside leg. Otherwise, Lex is coming back for the set.
18.
I don't think he can afford too many mistakes against Lex.
Ralph's had a reprieve here. He needs to take this. Looks a little bit awkward.
Darts did seem to lean over slightly. They've obscured some of the target. Nothing obscured about that. What an incredible start from this 13-year-old.
Yeah, and that set was won against the darts, so Ralph's really needs a good start to this set to pile on the pressure.
134.
And that's not the start he'll have been looking for.
Highest recorded average we've got from Lex is just a shade under 95. He's currently on 98, so he's performing above what has previously been his top level.
I think getting the number 2 in the sets column is going to be more important at this point than that personal best average.
78.
He could tick both boxes though today, you never know.
If he plays like this, he'll be lifting a trophy that's about as big as he is on Sunday.
The winner of this game plays either Kenji or Archie. We'll be seeing the Kenji and Archie game later on tonight.
Double 16, straight in there.
No messing about.
4 legs on the bounce.
'93.
Taking everything in his stride, looks full of confidence. Huge title to win, the World Masters, and yes, we know that everyone in that tournament is very young, but he in particular, 4 or 5 years the junior of some of the participants there. The youngest player in this boys' field.
96.
One thing that Ralph does have experience of is playing against men as well. So he's played in the Nordic and Baltic Tour. He's come up against the likes of Darius Labanauskas, Marco Cancelar, recent Irish Open winner, Andreas Harrison. So playing against hardened veterans will have helped his preparation coming into this.
Yeah, absolutely, because again, in the past, previously, we've seen youth players who only play in youth tournaments. So they get to the age where they can't continue to play in the youth tournaments. And when they have to make that step up to play in the senior events, they really struggle with that transition. Whereas we're seeing a lot more of the youth players now playing in both. And so when it gets to the point where they no longer can play in the youth tournaments, they make that step into the senior level so much easier. It's nowhere near as difficult as it could be.
76. The next will require 48.
Ralph's making the doubling look difficult. That's 7 misses on the outer ring. A little bit wild, needs to switch up to double 12.
36.
Chance for Ralph's here to get a leg on the board. And
Well, he's in this game now. It's something to build upon for Ralph Laumanis. Merely a hold of throw.
like you say, though, it's a leg. It is something to build on. There's nothing worse than looking across at the scoreboard and just seeing 0.
53.
We'll ask Scott Mitchell later how that feels.
Oh, I've been there plenty of times myself. I know exactly how it feels.
Against a certain Beau by any chance?
Yeah, maybe.
60.
Beau's another perfect example of making that transition from the youth into the seniors, because she was smashing the women up at age 14, 15. So for her to not play in the youth and then just play in the women's, it was just another day at the darts for her. We didn't see any interruption in her game, you know.
$133.
Nice. Lexa's got plenty of time for this 72.
He's looking at double top.
Not that he needed plenty of time. It's a better start for Ralph's. An even better one for Lex.
It's not just the temperament, but the technique looks spot on as well.
100.
They're just throwing really solid, straight darts. Superb from Ralph's.
To 81 after 9. We've seen him do this already, and then he fluffed his lines on the doubles Can't afford to do the same. Doesn't have to go 12 or treble.
He's set it up nicely, knowing that Lex can't go out here, so.
60. Right to require 32.
Yeah, that's a good dart.
Two excellent holds from Ralphs in this second set, but Lex has the darts for the match.
140.
It's going to be difficult to break if he keeps that up too.
59. 134. 43.
We don't have to say a lot, do we? Because the darts are doing all the talking here.
We can just sit back and enjoy it.
87.
Enjoy this masterful performance from Lex Paeshuyse. There will have been plenty of people over the years, double, triple, quadruple his age, who will have been 10 times as nervous making their bout. Tried to go the Rob Cross route on 140.
Surprised Ralphs didn't start on the 19s there. That's why. What do I know?
Because he's clearly an 18s man. However, he might be a beaten man in a couple of darts' time. Lex wants the bull.
46.
His heart must have been racing going for that then.
Two tops.
No.
It's understandable not going back to the top of the board because there's not as much adjustment going for the 16s.
97. Next to require 42.
That could be that. It's quick, it's cutthroat, his first two sets. Remember the name, Lex Paeshuyse. Tremendous debut performance from, we will repeat, the 13-year-old Belgian who showed no nerves, nothing whatsoever. Disappointment for the number 3 seed, Ralph Laumanis. The world master is looking to become a world boys champion and he's made the perfect start.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, let's have a massive round of applause for Ralph Laumanis. And into the semi-finals, Lex Paeshuyse. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, a 5-minute break, 5 minutes. We will be back with our next match from the men's competition as Peter Mitchin takes on Cliff Pryor.
Tickets for the 2025 WDF Lakeside World Championships go on sale this Sunday at 6 p.m. Head over to www.eventbrite.co.uk to grab the best seats. The 46th annual Winmore Fleetwood Memorial Las Vegas Open will be held from January the 17th till the 19th. Sin City welcomes you to come and play in the entertainment capital of the world. Men's and women's champions win places at the 2025 World Championships. The Romanian Darts Festival is held from January the 24th till 26th. Join the party in Bucharest, register to play by Wednesday 22nd of January and kickstart the new WDF ranking season in historical Bucharest. The Toto Dutch Open Darts is held from January the 30th till February the 2nd. Registration is open until January the 15th. The Toto Dutch Open Darts is by far the largest darts party in the world that you should not miss. And the men's and women's champions go to Lakeside in December 2025. The Isle of Man International Darts Festival is held from March 6th to 9th, a triple header of darting fun on the Isle of Man with the Silver and Bronze Classic and Masters and the Unranked Open. The Denmark Open and Masters are held from May 2nd to 4th. One of the best run tournaments on the calendar in the beautiful city of Esbjerg, the Golden Denmark Open provides the champions a direct qualification into the 2025 Lakeside World Championships. Along with the Silver Denmark Masters, it's a tournament weekend to look forward to. The Toronto Area Open is held from May 30th till June the 1st. It will be the biggest WDF tournament in Canada in 2025, with the winners of the 501 singles directly qualifying for the Lakeside World Championships. Come join North America's best dart shooters in Toronto. The Swiss Open and Helvetia Open tournaments are held from May 30th till June the 1st. One of the longest running tournaments in Europe invites you to join them in between the most beautiful surroundings. The Swedish Open and Masters takes place from 15th to 17th of August. A popular tournament for many of Europe's best arrowsmiths, the double silver weekend always provides great entertainment. The Latvian Open and Riga Open are held from October 17th to 19th. One of the biggest tournament weekends in the Baltic region is near the end of the 2025 WDF season. An excellent chance to pick up your much-needed points in this silver and bronze weekend. For more information on each of these tournaments, go to the link in the description. A special thanks to our tournament sponsors and partners, Mission, Blaze, Quiff, Great Game, Dart Connect, L-Style and MasterCooler.com.
We return to the third round of the men's competition here at the 2024 Mission WDF Lakeside World Championship. And we welcome to the stage on Antwerp Open and Welsh Open finalists, the reigning Welsh Classic champion, the number 12 seed from England, Cliff Pryor. His opponent is a former three-time Pacific Masters champion, a former BDO World Trophy champion, the reigning Murray Bridge Classic champion from Australia, the number 5 seed, Peter Menchin.
Peter Machin is the last man standing as far as Australia is concerned. The number 5 seed looking to make it to the quarterfinals in his second World Championship. A former World Trophy winner. And he is a player who does have plenty of pedigree. He started like a train against Mike Gillett, the Welshman, winning that game in straight sets. He takes on the number 12 seed, Cliff Pryor, who battled through a proper slugfest against his good pal Scott Walters, only averaging 74 in victory. He'll have been happy with the result, of course, but he knows that the performance levels have got to improve. Scott Mitchell is back alongside me for this contest. You know all too well how good a player Peter Machin is, because in that World Trophy run, he defeated you along the way, and we would probably expect him to beat Cliff based on prior performances.
I like what you did there. Super stuff. I like what you did there. Yeah, when Peter first came over, you know, we didn't know what to expect of him, and he's taken to this stage throwing like a duck to water. And you say he's the last Australian left in, and probably the most experienced of the bunch that came this time round. So it's something that we would come to expect. I think the averages on the tournament will show that Peter is
96.
a little bit higher than Cliff, and so maybe the bookies would go off of that and make him Peter the favourite. But for me, I think Cliff had a really tough game against his mate in Scotty Walters. So having travelled a couple of years together, that would have been a draw that neither really wanted. So I don't think we've probably yet seen Cliff at his best.
They are good mates and travel partners, and they were actually roommates in Hungary for the World Masters. You'll have had it on plenty of occasions where you're going up on stage and you're facing one of your mates. Is the mindset different going into it, or have you just got to put friendship to one side?
You've definitely got to put friendship to one side, but it's a very difficult thing to do because you know each other inside out. You've travelled, you've roomed together. He will see the nervous things in you, and you will see the things that he doesn't usually do in him. And that's all to do with the situation that you've found yourself in. But once the game gets going, you can tend to find that you drop into the game, and then, you know, the guard is down and away you go, and it can be some of the best games you've ever played in. But it can also be some of the horrible, snottiest games you've ever played in as well, to want another phrase.
Certainly expect this one to be a battle. In last year's tournament, Peter was one dart away from Lakeside history. He missed a 9-darter against James Richardson and then didn't win another leg. That's how brutal it can be.
97.
Yeah, it is. But big things like that can actually affect your game if you don't hit them. They can affect your game if you hit them as well, but that would have been going through his mind for a couple of legs after, and then before you know it, the motion and everything that the momentum that you'd built up is gone. But Peter's always played this way, and the way that he's playing now, I've never known him throw any different. He hasn't ever changed his throw. He hasn't changed his pace. He doesn't do anything to put anybody off. He just gets up there and plays in the way that he plays. And if it goes his way, it goes his way.
There are some idiosyncrasies to the Peter Machin throw. Lots of twiddles and prods forward. It's quite intricate. Has to make sure that everything's hooked up. And treble 14. That's the intention anyway.
94. If you require 40.
So 40 for Pryor here.
20. Peter, you require 40.
So this creates an opening here that Machin was not expecting to get a look at.
Wow.
It's nice and safe with the first one. Hasn't done anything silly with that.
It was clearly a fantastic marker.
Absolutely. I like the way he stepped back and had a good look at it and didn't stop himself. There's a slight issue with the scoring system here.
And all this will do is increase the tension, increase the nervous energy in both players. Cliff won't take too much encouragement for the way he started, failing to hold the 7 visits to the board.
Second leg is Peter to throw first. Game on.
Scoreboard has been fixed and we can get back underway. Peter, one of 3 seeded players in the
42.
men's field from Australia. Number 1 seed for the whole tournament, Danny Porter, knocked out by Francois Schreyen, and saw Brandon Weening lose last night, despite producing the best leg of the tournament. A nice 10-darter against Shane McGurk. He walked away without a single set.
55.
Cliff's just got to settle himself down in this game. We know he has the capabilities and to be here, and we know that his ceiling is very high on the standard that he plays. But again, he's such a newcomer to this style of thing. He's just got to give himself a chance to settle down.
100.
But you can rest assured that Peter Machin won't allow him to do that. Cliff's had a great season on the tour. To come in here as number 12 seed is no mean feat.
Particularly when it's your debut year. Won the Welsh Classic earlier this year. That provided a lot of ranking points for Pryor. This is only one of 2 third-round games in the men's tournament where both players are seeded. Seen plenty of them KO'd at the first hurdle.
It is what this place actually does. It's you can have people absolutely flying on the circuit, coming in as a top seed and coming in the top 10, and they're gone in the first game. It's just something this place does. There's a really big hole in the ground up there on that stage, and sometimes somebody falls in it every year. And we've had a couple of seeds fall in it this time round.
73. Peter, you require 86.
Peter looking for a 2-legs-to-nil cushion. That's made things difficult. Should go treble 14. Opted for the bullseye instead. And I do question that, given it's a much smaller target. You've only got 1 chance.
58.
And Cliff break back. Yes, he can.
Yeah. And that'll give him a bit of confidence there, Cliff.
Third leg is Cliff to throw first. Game on.
He needed that after that first breaker throw. He'd have gone out there having won the ball thinking, I can get this first set, and then you lose that first throw in a break. You can make things very mentally difficult for yourself. And it's very easy to sit here and watch and say that, but we've been up there and made exactly the same error.
tough task awaits whoever wins this game, because Shane McGurk, who broke a doubling record in his second round victory against Edwin Torbjornsson, awaits the winner of this. And he's been consistently excellent this week, running average of around 94. No rescued.
Yeah, and it was a big rescue dart, wasn't it?
Does throw some very diminutive darts, does Peter Machin. Little torpedo shapes. Cliff way off target.
Peter, you require 138.
Lots of darts drifting to the right.
24.
Couple of examples in that visit.
138.
Cliff opts for a different 138 route. And it could work out very nicely. What a finish that is from Cliff Pryor, completely unexpected. There's been very little quality in this game, but that could be a moment of inspiration for him, Scott.
You could say it was a bolt out of the blue. It was. We didn't see that coming for sure, but we haven't got to see it coming. It's Cliff Pryor that's got to see it coming.
125.
It's one of those games where I think the styles of each player suit each other, actually, you know.
98.
I remember I used to get upset with John Rawlins saying that I was slow and methodic, but this is kind of how these two are.
When you were playing, did you prefer to play players of a similar speed, or did you like to play the quicker players?
No, I didn't really worry. There were players that I seemed to always play well against because their speed was similar to mine, but it wasn't a conscious effort or a conscious thing. It was, I played some great games against some really fast players as well because my pace didn't suit them. Still to this day, I'm not worried about how fast or how slow anybody throws, really. There is one that's a lot slower than me. I think he used to frustrate me. But, yeah, Mickey's probably watching. But, yeah. I think we played a game that was over best of 9, and he beat me 5-4, and it took an hour and 15 minutes. Back at Selsey back in the day, which is another one that's back on the WDF calendar.
94.
If you require 148.
Through England darts, yes, that's good to have that back.
Can't follow up the 138 with a 148.
100.
Just put pressure on Peter Machin to
You
take
require
tops.
40.
He's asked him the question, hasn't he? No, he's not there, Pete. He's dipped his toe in the water.
30. If you require 48.
For a 1-set lead.
Peter, you require 10.
The body went with that one a bit, didn't it, on the last dart? So it's that dodgy double 5.
A shot and a 4 flag. Peter Machin.
Nothing dodgy about double 5.
To throw first.
Nobody misses 5s, Dan.
A good omen, perhaps, for the number 5 seed.
100.
As you said earlier, it's not often you'll have an Australian here as the number 5 seed and not be the top Australian seed. I find that absolutely outstanding.
Not even the second Australian seed.
Exactly.
96.
Shows how darts is coming on down under.
We do have loads of tournaments throughout the year in the WDF, so that's why
100.
players can rack up the ranking points to come over here.
Machin chasing round the board in search of a treble. Didn't find one. Nicely picked up there. That last treble 17, masterful dart from Pryor. Neither have really got going yet. It really has been a nervy, edgy sort of set.
But Cliff Pryor ends it with a 13 darter.
Second set, first leg against Peter.
Lots of improvement made from very early stages.
Maybe both players are settled a bit now. Like we say, Peter Machin has been around long enough to know that he doesn't have to worry about losing that first set with
97.
having the throw in the second. It's just making sure you hold your throw in the second. And we mustn't forget, these players aren't used to playing long formats like you do here at Lakeside. The stuff on the floor is far shorter. Some of the guys, if they go 3-2 in this round, would probably be some of the longest, if not the longest game of darts they would have played. Probably not in Peter Machin's case, but maybe in Cliff Pryor's case.
A lot of tournaments in this system tend to be first to 5 legs.
Yeah, the early games are very cutthroat. You know, you can jump on a plane and fly to another country and be out first round at best of 5, and you've really got to have some brain power to be able to be travelling and doing all that work and all that effort and the time off work, and making sure that you don't stop yourself is the biggest thing. It's the biggest thing in darts, is making sure you don't stop yourself. So when we're at home, we all do this big, you know, oh yeah, I've hit 180s, and oh, if I brought my home game to the board or the pub on a Monday night, yeah, I agree with that. But there is a big reason for that. And the reason for that is when you're playing at home and you're throwing on your own, you're under no pressure. So you're not even, you know, nobody's gone game on. So you should always be playing your best darts at home. That is exactly how it should work.
Cliff is beginning to bring his best to the stage, which bodes well. A nice two-darter from Peter Machin, kills any hope of Cliff winning that leg.
Yeah, the baby at the front enjoyed that. He woke up and gave it a big clap.
That must have been a difficult birth.
Right-handed 180 there from Peter Machin. Brian would have hit the 180 at the end of that last leg, thinking he may have got a go. Machin took out a lovely 97 in 2 darts.
58.
A one there and one there type moment. And there's those shots from 68 up, 65 up to sort of 90. Those bread and butter shots are the big ones. If you can keep taking those out in 2 darts every time you get to one, you are going to be a very difficult player to beat. And we saw it in our first game this afternoon where both players were hitting doubles really well.
81.
And if they got there, they were getting out. And that can always get to your opponent's head. But so when the 2 of them were doing it, that was a great game to watch.
121.
Machin can't afford to go troubleless here. If he has any plans on taking this leg and going 2-0 up in the set, Pryor has other ideas here.
140.
Nicely done by him. Well found with the last dart. Machin does to Pryor what Pryor did to Machin in the previous leg. A big 180 to pressure right at the end of the leg. Bullseye for Pryor.
40.
Shake of the head there. Pryor's a lot of soft tips, so he would have fancied himself on the bullseye. Although the bullseye in this side of the code is a lot smaller. And now it's Machin fancying the 88.
They were a long way off.
47.
One was wide and one was wide and handsome. That's not in the way.
29. Peter, you require 8.
Didn't quite get the trajectory right.
A shot in the second leg. Peter Machin.
So Machin takes a 2-leg lead here
The leg is Peter to
in set 2.
Game on.
He now has the darts for the set. So he will be fancying his chances here very much to making this 1-1 in sets as we go to the break.
90.
And then that's a left-handed 180 you see, Dan. Showing all the skills and all the repertoires he is there, Peter Machin.
And evidently,
96.
it is a bit of a problem for Peter that the darts are drifting one way or another. Here it is again.
$68.
Well, I can't imagine Shane McGurk is going to lose too much sleep at the prospect of playing one of these. Average is way below what the Irishman's been producing consistently.
Yeah, McGurk, unfortunate really not to get a tour card last year.
85.
He's playing well enough at the right times, and I was surprised when he didn't get one actually. But being off maybe the tour for another year has helped him by being doing the WDF stuff and being here and coming to Lakeside could be a bonus that works out in his favour. Pryor's darts go into the board on a very flat trajectory. For a tall man, that's not generally the best way at times, but it seems to work for him.
60.
He uses a solid flight and stem combo. It's the slightly smaller than standard sized flight.
182 left, so it has to go to the 18s.
75. You require 130.
Could be a 3-0 set.
Big chance of it being a 3-0 set now.
We've got a level game going into the break. Not a classic by any stretch of the imagination. Whoever wins knows they've got to work exceptionally hard to book a quarter-final spot with Shane McGurk.
Tickets for the 2025 WDF Lakeside World Championships go on sale this Sunday at 6 p.m. Head over to www.eventbrite.co.uk to grab the best seats. The 46th annual Winmore Fleetwood Memorial Las Vegas Open will be held from January the 17th till the 19th. Sin City welcomes you to come and play in the entertainment capital of the world. Men's and women's champions win places at the 2025 World Championships. The Romanian Darts Festival is held from January the 24th till 26th. Join the party in Bucharest. Register to play by Wednesday 22nd of January and kickstart the new WDF ranking season in historical Bucharest. The Toto Dutch Open Darts is held from January the 30th till February the 2nd. Registration is open until January the 15th. The Toto Dutch Open Darts is by far the largest darts party in the world that you should not miss. And the men's and women's champions go to Lakeside in December 2025. The Isle of Man International Darts Festival is held from March 6th to 9th. A triple header of darting fun on the Isle of Man with the Silver and Bronze Classic and Masters and the Unranked Open. The Denmark Open and Masters are held from May 2nd to 4th. One of the best run tournaments on the calendar in the beautiful city of Esbjerg, the Golden Denmark Open provides the champions a direct qualification into the 2025 Lakeside World Championships. Along with the Silver Denmark Masters, it's a tournament weekend to look forward to. The Toronto Area Open is held from May 30th till June the 1st. It will be the biggest WDF tournament in Canada in 2025, with the winners of the 501 singles directly qualifying for the Lakeside World Championships. Come join North America's best dart shooters in Toronto. The Swiss Open and Helvetia Open tournaments are held from May 30th till June the 1st. One of the longest running tournaments in Europe invites you to join them in between the most beautiful surroundings. The Swedish Open and Masters takes place from 15th to 17th of August. A popular tournament for many of Europe's best arrowsmiths, the double silver weekend always provides great entertainment. The Latvian Open and Riga Open are held from October 17th to 19th. One of the biggest tournament weekends in the Baltic region is near the end of the 2025 WDF season. An excellent chance to pick up your much needed points in this silver and bronze weekend. For more information on each of these tournaments, go to the link in the description. A special thanks to our tournament sponsors and partners, Mission, Blaze, Quiff, Great Game, Dart Connect, L-Style and MasterCooler.com.
Well, this hasn't yet exploded into life. It's not been a classic, but Peter Majin comes off the break, having won 3 consecutive legs. He defeated Mike Gillett in straight sets to get to this stage, but Cliff Pryor, aided in part by a wonderful 1-3-8 checkout, won the opener. Peter took control in that second set, limiting the number of darts at the outer ring for Cliff. Both players, though, know that they've got to make pretty stark improvements to their performance. Pryor it is has got the higher average of around about 80. Neither player playing to their absolute best yet, Scott.
No, it's been a very cagey affair, I think. You know, Peter could have come into this game thinking that Cliff probably hasn't played well in the championship up to yet, and feels that maybe this is his game, and that he could then find himself guilty of over trying maybe. And Cliff will be saying, and I know this sounds daft now, that probably Peter's not playing how Cliff thought he may be going to play, and they've been kind of cancelling each other out here and feeling it's a good chance for Cliff to win the game. So it's all still wide open here for me.
Peter's big problem before the break were too many darts going both left and right.
44.
Opening salvo of 180, obviously a good sign, but then follows it up with 44. There's been little consistency in the scoring. Another right-sided 180.
He's good at those, isn't he? He's really good at them.
It's a bit of a party trick. Crucial that Cliff holds on here. He's got the darts in this third set.
60. Beating Uruguay 112.
Double 16. 113 gets followed by a 112. Peter Machin has shown real clinicality in the past few legs, either side of the break.
Yeah, definitely finding his feet here, Machin. He's starting to build in confidence, isn't it? Getting that set
60.
certainly made him feel more at home up there. And I will say from past experience, we did mention the size of the stage earlier, but what's also strange about the board setup is that the board setup is set off of the back wall a little bit, so it's sort of in your face and put towards you more. And most of the time that players play it, it's on a flat board, a flat wall or whatever, and you can see that's a great shot to show that the board is kind of elevated off of that back wall, and it makes it feel, it's an optical illusion, it makes it feel slightly different to throw on.
96.
But after your first few darts, you sort of get used to it and let it go.
Before doors are open, players are allowed to have a few practice darts on stage before they can return to the back room, and some of them find it a useful exercise because they want to get used to the colours, the lighting. Some players feel that the lights are very bright, and that's a bit off-putting, so they're given the opportunity to get used to those stage conditions.
Yeah, I totally agree, and it was something I did all the time. It was, you know, even though I'd been here 10 times, I think I would still go up there. Sometimes I would have sort of like 9 or 12 darts, because there's a fair queue of people up there at times when you go to do it, but you can understand why, because some of the guys from other countries just don't get to play in situations like this, so it's a great sighter for them.
55.
But yeah, something I always try to do. I'd like to know that I've hit a treble 20 up there on the same day that I was playing, type thing. But each are to their own. Everybody has different setups, and
83.
some players wouldn't go up there.
Requires 76.
So 76 here for Machin. Once again, it's a treble to double combo for him. Nicely executed.
It's 3 legs in a row now where Peter Machin has hit the double first time.
93.
Yeah, Cliff is in a position here. He has to stop the rock, doesn't he? Because it's on his throat, this set. Having won the ball, so
85.
the Welsh Classic winner has got to find something here. Before the Aussie bounces off into the sunset.
84.
Solman standing from down under. Mentioned that we lost Danny Porter and Brandon Weening. They were the Australian seeds. We also had other participants like Kai Smith and Michael Cassart, Howard Jones as well. All beaten in round 1.
Wasn't the Howard Jones, was it?
It wasn't, no.
Oh, if it was, I'd like to get to know him well.
I did do the things could only get better crack. Had to be done, didn't it?
Had to be done. So can Cliff reel in the big fish? No, looks like the fish will stay in Potter's Lake for the time being.
94.
Along with hundreds of sets of darts that have been chucked in there out of frustration.
Yeah, I've been here and seen many a set go in there. For some guys, it was a tradition.
Did you ever take part in that tradition?
No. First few times here, I'd have missed the lake.
If you require 76.
I'd have lobbed them in and they'd have dug in the jetty or something out in the middle. That was my luck. But you have to make your own luck here at the Worlds.
36. Peter, you require 100.
For a 6th consecutive leg.
Does he use it or go tops, tops? Looks like he's staying there.
60.
Nice and safe with the last.
If you require 40.
So pressure applied and
A chart and a
Pryor stands up to the pressure.
fourth leg is Peter to throw first.
Rot stopper for the Englishman.
But Machin will still be fancying his chances here. He's on throw for the set, and you have to say
100.
that this is the best time to get it. You don't want to be going 2-2 now. You lose the momentum if you lose your own throw and throw it right back into the lap of your opponent.
100.
Hey, that double top looks to have given him a lift at this particular moment in time.
Cliff's problem has been too many darts going above the treble. You alluded to how flat they lie in the board. It means they then get in the way. He's got to start chasing chasing trebles, I should say, around the board.
Yeah, look, I mean, the great Sid Waddell sort of called that dart the understacker, and that's the reason for that, is it's got to be underneath to stack on top. And that's not what he's been doing. He's been just above it, but adrenaline does that here. I remember the first time you come here, you just don't feel you own your own arm for the first few throws. It's just like, hang on a minute, I've never thrown like that before. And you're up there and you panic a little because the adrenaline is just massive here, more than anywhere you've ever played.
Striking 180s can get the adrenaline going. Peter's third of the match. There's that dart again.
And he tries to go each side of it. He stays on the same target and tries to go each side of it.
53.
Big moments now then for Machin. He will be back, but Pryor will be looking to, a dream 180 was what he was looking for there to leave 36. A 140 would still make Machin think.
100. Peter, you require 20. In shot. And the third set, Peter Machin.
Peter Machin gets his nose in front.
He's experienced enough. You cannot let those chances go, because the likelihood of it all was Pryor then steps up and hits the 116. So you can't allow that to happen.
return to the Women's Championship after this game. Aileen de Graaf, the number 2 seed, gets her campaign underway against Mayumi Uchi of Japan. And then finishing the afternoon session, we've got Sibren Heibels, another Belgian contender, against the American Jason Brandon, who was mightily impressive yesterday on debut.
Quite a bulbous dart Peter Machin uses, and he still manages to get them slotted alongside one another.
59.
It's on a very short stem and a rounded flight. Enables them to put them right on top of one another.
Stayed down looking at treble 16 for double. It's all the 7s.
49.
He won't do that too often in his life, score 49 on the 7s, I can tell you.
We do require 52.
Double 16 is there. Peter Machin is looking comfortable on stage now. He's got into a real run of form. Won 7 of the last 8 legs.
He really is galloping for home, isn't he?
81.
He just goes about his business in an orthodox way. He just does whatever he needs to do to beat an opponent. I think he's another one. He's a little bit old school. He's 51 years of age. I know you won't like me saying that, but he is, so I've not told a lie. And when you get to that age, I'm telling you now, already being there, you're not worried about averages, you're worried about winning games.
42.
Still plenty of time for this to be turned round. Telling himself to come on there. Drop dart there from Peter.
80.
And then a flop dart on the floor. He should have just left it there, picked it up, wandered up to the board and took it out.
He's had to bend down twice for no reason.
Yeah, we call them sit-ups, mate, when you get to a certain age in darts. So
41.
we would call that a double sit-up attempt. Big opportunity this for Pryor. He really needs a treble visit here of some sort. It's not for the lack of trying, is it? That is all over it.
59.
Well, I'm glad he corrected himself then. It looked as if he was going for another 20, and single one would have left the bogey number.
Yeah, the arm was cocked, wasn't it, to throw, and then he realised, oh, hang on a minute, I better have a look here.
121. Referee require 160. 60. VT require 120.
top.
100. If you require 100.
Has to start taking these chances. And you've surely got to go tops.
I agree with you. I think that was always on the card to go tops there. But he,
20.
I don't think he felt confident enough to do it.
In charge of the second leg.
Peter Machin will be feeling confident of winning this darts match. It's yet another leg.
Peter to throw first.
Cliff Pryor might be requiring snookers before so long.
We know Cliff Pryor's a better player than we're seeing here today. We've all seen that before, but somehow you've got to make yourself play on those big moments, on those big days. You've got to find something deep within to say, I'm not going anywhere. I've done all the huffing and puffing and the trying and the tight arm, and sometimes you just have to go caution to the wind and relax. And if you're able to relax, then the good darts start flowing. But he hasn't been able to do that so far today. It's been all in little bits of fits and starts, which he'll be disappointed with.
60.
Doesn't have to go for the bullseye.
Good call, Dan. Julie doesn't. 40 on the board, 95 left. He just as well stay there, or will he go the bullseye again?
47.
Something about that 7 segment that he likes.
Yeah, seems to have a Machin dart magnet in it, doesn't it?
92. Do you require 88?
Very safe 18.
46. If you require
Missed one for the match, but the way that Cliff's been throwing, this would be something of a surprise.
Had to stay straight with the first dart to give himself a chance, and he unfortunately couldn't do that. So it's Machin now then, 42 for the match. 22 for the match.
There's one way of taking out 42 for the match, and there is still Australian interest in this year's Lakeside WDF World Championship. Not a sparkling display by any means, but Peter Machin was too strong for the debutant Cliff Pryor, and he'll face Shane McGurk in the quarters.
Ladies and gentlemen, a massive round of applause first of all for Cliff Pryor. And into the Lakeside World Championship quarterfinals, Peter Machin.
Tickets for the 2025 WDF Lakeside World Championships go on sale this Sunday at 6 p.m. Head over to www.eventbrite.co.uk to grab the best seats. The 46th annual Winmore Fleetwood Memorial Las Vegas Open will be held from January the 17th till the 19th. Sin City welcomes you to come and play in the entertainment capital of the world. Men's and women's champions win places at the 2025 World Championships. The Romanian Darts Festival is held from January the 24th till 26th. Join the party in Bucharest, register to play by Wednesday 22nd of January and kickstart the new WDF ranking season in historical Bucharest. The Toto Dutch Open Darts is held from January the 30th till February the 2nd. Registration is open until January the 15th. The Toto Dutch Open Darts is by far the largest darts party in the world that you should not miss. And the men's and women's champions go to Lakeside in December 2025. The Isle of Man International Darts Festival is held from March 6th to 9th. A triple header of darting fun on the Isle of Man with the Silver and Bronze Classic and Masters and the Unranked Open. The Denmark Open and Masters are held from May 2nd to 4th. One of the best run tournaments on the calendar in the beautiful city of Esbjerg, the Golden Denmark Open provides the champions a direct qualification into the 2025 Lakeside World Championships. Along with the Silver Denmark Masters, it's a tournament weekend to look forward to. The Toronto Area Open is held from May 30th till June the 1st. It will be the biggest WDF tournament in Canada in 2025, with the winners of the 501 singles directly qualifying for the Lakeside World Championships. Come join North America's best dart shooters in Toronto. The Swiss Open and Helvetia Open tournaments are held from May 30th till June the 1st. One of the longest running tournaments in Europe invites you to join them in between the most beautiful surroundings. The Swedish Open and Masters takes place from 15th to 17th of August. A popular tournament for many of Europe's best arrowsmiths, the double silver weekend always provides great entertainment. The Latvian Open and Riga Open are held from October 17th to 19th. One of the biggest tournament weekends in the Baltic region is near the end of the 2025 WDF season. An excellent chance to pick up your much-needed points in this silver and bronze weekend. For more information on each of these tournaments, go to the link in the description. A special thanks to our tournament sponsors and partners, Mission, Blaze, Quiff, Great Game, Dart Connect, L-Style and MasterCooler.com.
2024 Mission WDF Lakeside World Championship. And we welcome back to the stage the winner of 9 world ranking titles, the former 6-time Japan Open champion, wave rider, Miami, Uchi! Her opponent is the reigning Scottish Classic and 5-time Belgian Open champion from the Netherlands, the number 2 seed, Aileen de Graaf!
Well, Aileen de Graaf has had to wait around about a week to get her campaign underway. The number 2 seed, the best ladies player in the Netherlands, has had to wait a while, and patience might be a virtue today as she plays Mayumi Uchi of Japan. She overcame Lorraine Hyde in a very tight contest, 2-1, to get her first win on the Lakeside stage. Aileen has done just about everything in the game, bar win the World Championship. She's a former World Masters winner, World Trophy, a 4-time winner of the Dutch Open. Her most recent success saw her defeat Beau Greaves in a rare final loss for the 20-year-old. Last year, Beau beat her in the final. It was the first time she got to the showpiece match in this tournament. Lorraine Winstanley is back alongside me for commentary. And Lorraine, I think if Aileen keeps ahead, if she doesn't get too wound up, to put it like that, by the slow pace, she's going to have more than enough to win.
Yeah, I think so. But you've hit the nail on the head there. It's all about the pace. Aileen likes a pacey game, so it'll be very interesting to see how she handles the slowness of Mayumi.
It was a nip and tuck contest that Uchi won against Lorraine Hyde, despite coming away with a lower average. She began to pick up the scoring power in the latter parts of the game. Very successful player over in Japan, but this is a different test altogether against de Graaf, who's a spotter's nightmare type player. She's very creative with her use of the board. It's a very Dutch style that she's got. You'll sometimes see her start games on treble 19.
She loves the 19s, but she has such an ability to be able to hit the 20s with such regularity. I asked her what her favourite finish is, and she said to me, anything with lots of 19s in it.
Well, if she leaves 1-3-3, I want her to be as good as her word. Or 1-5-2. Or the 19s, or 95. Slightly more basic finish. I don't know whether we've got a couple of issues with the scoreboard, because the two players are having more practice darts. It doesn't really bode well, particularly for Aileen. She wants to get going as quickly as possible. It's going to be quite a lot of waiting time against Mayumi, playing in her second World Championship, beaten by Kirsty Hutchinson last year, so she's already gone one better this time around. Player they call the Wave Rider because apparently she's a surfing enthusiast.
Yes, apparently so. I read that on the internet. I didn't know how true it was, but Clearly it is.
Probably should have checked for definite, but I'm putting 2 and 2 together there.
Good old Wikipedia. There's an awful lot of experience stood on this stage. Mayumi's been playing about 21 years, and Aileen been playing about 16 years, so they've played a lot of games, gained a great amount of experience.
You'll have played, Aileen, before, one of the very quickest in the women's game. I mean,
Yeah.
what's it like, not just with the speed, but watching her throw darts all around the board, be really odd with a choice of checkouts and numbers? Does it send your head into a bit of a tailspin almost?
To be fair, I don't tend to watch my opponents. I tend to look at the floor, and I know that they've thrown their third dart when their feet move, and then I know that's my cue to move. So I'm not really looking at the scoreboard that much, unless obviously we're getting down to the finishing, and I need to know whether they're on a finish or what my finish is. Aileen's gone for a walk, so not quite sure what's going on.
I'm imagining there are issues with the scoreboard technology. You can see our referee Nick Rolls is ready and waiting on stage, back donning the tuxedo. Whether there's issues with the scoreboard or whether there's some camera issues, which mean that we can't watch the game as we like. While we've got a break, I will just ask you about the women's tournament in general. Beau Greaves got her campaign underway with a straight sets win against Kirsi Vinnikainen. Finn nearly producing a moment of history, going 7 darts into a 9. But Beau did ultimately look comfortable. Can you see any other outcome than Beau winning this tournament?
In all honesty, no, I can't. But I could see the frustration on Beau's face when she played the other day. And, you know, her B game is as good as any of the other ladies' A game. Beau, when she plays, she likes to play well. And that definitely was her B game. So I think we can only have more to expect to come from Beau. So no, I can't really see any other.
It was only a mid-80s average that Beau struck, and a lot of the ladies' players would take that in a heartbeat. For
Absolutely.
For Beau, she's more than capable of rattling through games averaging 105.
Yeah, definitely into those 90s is a regularity for Beau.
Elsewhere in the draw, we've had some surprise results so far, perhaps none more so than 4-time world champion Lisa Ashton being dumped out by 18-year-old Sophie McKinley. We know she's got an awful lot of talent, and my oh my, did she show composure on stage.
She just looked so focused, wasn't flustered at all. I did speak to Sophie after a game, and I said, you looked so calm. And she said, inside I really wasn't calm, but she didn't give anything away.
Well, I think Nick Rolls is saying to Mayumi Uchi that the game is not ready to commence. Eileen's gone back into the practice room. Actually, she's gone over to the guests' corner. We have no idea what's going on, so we'll surmise as well as we possibly can. Aileen is over to our right-hand side on the other end of the building, and now she's walking back on. Does that mean we've got a game to play? It was only meant to be a 5-minute break in between games. It's now turned into more like 25 minutes, so fortunately we are behind on schedule.
As a player as well, that can mess with you a little bit, because you get yourself up knowing, oh, 5 minutes and 3 minutes, and then when there is a bit of a delay, you sort of lose a bit of adrenaline sometimes, so we'll see how this game starts.
Darts players tend to be creatures of habit, so
yeah,
if you're told you're playing at a certain time,
you expect to play at that time.
You don't want anything else.
No, because you take that as gospel, you know, so you are working towards that time.
Has anything like this ever happened to you before particularly a big stage game?
No, I don't think so.
Well, I'm going to take it that we're nearly ready with the Aileen de Graaf, Mayumi Uchi graphic up on screen now. We've got the proper view of the stage, and there we see Aileen de Graaf donning the Oranje colours of the Netherlands.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
And we are getting a game of darts underway.
Mayumi to throw first.
Mayumi
Game on.
winning the bullseye in the back room. Got quite a bit of soft tip pedigree, so you'd almost expect her to be strong on the bullseye shots. It could make all the difference as we get to the latter stage of the game.
41.
And because we've had a delayed start, it wouldn't really be surprising if we see both players make sluggish starts to this game.
Yeah, it can just throw you off your guard a little bit.
We'll have none of that, thanks. We'll have this instead. 180 from Uchi. Just the wrong side of the wire.
Nice. Yep, lethal on the 19s.
We weren't lying when we said that.
Both these players have a really strong throw. When the dart hits the board, it hits with a real thud.
That's when you know that the darts are flying straight and true. Not a bad start from Mayumi, but Aileen with that 171 in a great position to nick the first leg.
95.
Leaves 80, so I promise she won't be going the 19s route here. Unless she's feeling very funky. 182 left, should switch to the 18s.
Yeah, nice find with that last dart.
Aileen, you require 80. 60. Maybe you require 128.
You should be looking at 18s to start this combination.
Won't get a crack at the bullseye.
Aileen, you require 20.
Early break chance. She's already missed tops. Doesn't miss double 10.
Second leg, Aileen to throw first.
Not only is she one of the quickest players, she's also one of the most vocal and raucous.
She is. She does like to G herself up.
87.
And she'll be a real test of Nick Rolls' mathematics.
The Dutch players are notoriously good at counting, though.
It's that combination of That's an unlucky bounce. That combination of being very quick to throw and being very good at counting. We saw that from Lorena Rietbergen in her win against Rianne O'Sullivan.
Yeah, and having that ability that if they don't actually hit what they're going for, they know straight away, so it doesn't interrupt their natural flow.
62.
So far, you'd say it's been a perfect tournament for Aileen without playing, because
81.
she probably would have been happy that Uchi beat Lorraine Hyde. Lisa Ashton's been knocked out. Rianne O'Sullivan's been knocked out in the same half of the draw.
Yeah.
So it's opened the pathway through to another potential final.
Yeah.
76.
Yes, because the winner of this game plays the winner of Irina and Sophie, who we will see later on this evening.
Mind you, the way that Sophie played against Lisa, that's not an easy task for any player in the field.
No, it isn't. She definitely played superb.
$81.
Another 171.
Yes.
171.
It's her party trick.
Well, it works.
140.
Pressure darts from Mayumi there. 78 really needs to go.
16 or treble. Leaves the bullseye.
39. Naomi, you require 82.
This combination should be started on the bull.
So that's 57 left, so we'd be looking at 17s for tops. Nice outshot.
Mayumi Uchi. Third leg is Mayumi to throw first. Game on.
Aileen will have gone off as strong favourite with the bookmakers to win this match, but Mayumi does things at her own pace, and it's very hard to maintain a sense of rhythm against her. We've only really spoken about Mayumi in terms of her being a thorn in the side of opponents, but we can't get away from the fact that she is a very good player. She's won plenty of tournaments over in Japan.
She has. She's won the Japan Open 5 times, I think, is it?
Yep.
She picked up a gold medal at the World Cup pairs out in Romania, and her partner was no other than Mikuru Suzuki.
140.
They were victorious in the final over Beau and Dieter.
That's some run.
131.
Aileen teasing us there to a 171 in 3 straight legs, but opted to switch.
41. $96.
She keeps pulling that first one down into the ones.
7.
That was unlucky. We've seen a few darts and flights go in that box this week, haven't we?
it is the lighting box that illuminates the dartboard. So you don't want to look directly into it.
No, I've been in that position. Poor Marco, I think it was. He couldn't find my dart in the box. He was blinded by the time we eventually found it. Nice setup shot there from Aileen. With Mayumi not on a finish here, she doesn't have to go to the bull route, but
92.
She set it up nicely.
She likes to do things flash. Maybe we should have expected the bull first.
I was just thinking what was going through my head there when it said 37 on the score. I thought, she didn't set that up nicely at all.
You require 40.
Yeah. Right in the middle there.
Fourth leg is Aileen to throw first. Game on.
Still first to 2 sets in the last 16 of the women's tournament, so it's a volatile format, very cutthroat. Can't afford to make mistakes on a regular basis.
It is a really short cutthroat format. You work all year to get to this stage, and effectively 6 legs in, you could be going home. All year you've worked for that. Obviously the plan isn't to lose 6 legs on the trot, but it happens, and we've seen it happen.
Would you like to see the format extended in the early stages?
41.
I think it should be a little bit longer, but I'm not a fan of set play. There are very few tournaments that we play on the tour that are done in set play. I remember one of the first tournaments, I played Aileen in the final, and we played legs all day. The final was sets, and I remember looking at the scoreboard thinking, I have no clue what the score is. I genuinely didn't know because we'd suddenly switched to sets.
So
was a long time ago.
Psychologically, what's the difference between playing legs and set play?
You can be 1 leg away from winning and suddenly 3 legs away from winning again. You can be nearly there and then suddenly nowhere near. Straight legs is the future. For me, anyway. Whatever's easy to follow.
I'm not entirely sure your wish will be granted, but keep plugging away if you want.
Yeah, I don't think it will either. But on the flip side, it makes it exciting. And also, I think these tournaments are so difficult to actually pick your winner because it's all on the day. Things happen. You just don't know what's going to happen. So.
Mayumi seeking to settle down again after a few ropey visits.
She needed that big score there just to keep her in touch. Is that the second 7 we've seen from Mayumi there?
Yeah. If you don't laugh, you'll cry, so.
Absolutely. I was just thinking, at least she's smiling about it.
100.
I think a score of 7 from Aileen would be greeted with a slightly different reaction.
I think it might be.
43. Aileen, you require 96.
Bit of a jerk on the last dart there from Mayumi. Doesn't get to a finish.
56.
Aileen looking at double-double. much to my surprise. She didn't opt for 2 double 19s.
That's your wish, isn't it? You want to see her go out on 2 double 19s.
60.
Straighter darts this time from Mayumi.
Game shot called, and Aileen wins the first set of this contest between her and Mayumi Uchi. She looks for a place in the quarterfinals.
Second set. First leg is Aileen to throw first. Game on. 41.
That set was won against the darts, so Mayumi really, really would be wanting a good start. She looked quite shocked about that one then, didn't she?
It has been a common occurrence.
81.
Now at least she tidies up this time, manages a score of 81, but lots of darts are being dragged low and to the right. Presumably that's down to tension in the arm.
38.
Yeah, I would imagine so.
One of the players on tour who chooses to wear the compression sleeve, made famous by Richie Edhouse this year.
60.
It actually looks like it's a full top that she's got on underneath there as opposed to just the sleeve.
81.
And I think it's warm in here, so it's going to be hotter on the stage. I don't like sleeves. Don't like playing in them.
100.
You don't see too many players playing long sleeve shirts. Coach Stompe, a notable example. Mark Barilli.
I was going to say Mark Barilli.
95.
After all that waiting.
24.
There's just no consistency about Mayumi at the moment, is there? She's either nice and straight down the 20s and finding the treble, or she's all over the place.
41.
One of the more eccentric characters in the women's game, it's fair to say.
See those straight as anything.
Problem is she'll come back now, and it wouldn't be a surprise to see another dart land in single one.
Yeah.
59. Mayumi, you require 136.
And this is where you're wanting to put in a really good shot to leave yourself on at least a 2-darter, preferably just a double.
87. Aileen, you require 146.
It's not been a stellar leg from Aileen.
58. Mayumi, you
7
require
visits and
49.
88 points still on the board. It's a break of throw to Mayumi Uchi.
Mayumi Uchi.
Second time in this game.
Second leg is Mayumi to throw first. Game on.
There's no issue for her on the doubles. It's 2 from 2, but the scoring power is so wildly inconsistent.
Yeah.
If Aileen turns it up, she's going to go on and win.
I'm wondering whether the pace is slightly getting to Aileen a little bit.
41.
Just giving herself a good talking to there. She just needs to keep them straight. She won't go far wrong if she keeps hitting those.
Those solid one treble visits,
Yeah.
you imagine would be enough.
60.
Has won a few tournaments this year, Aileen. Belfry Open, Belgium Open as well back in August, and also in the PDC on the Women's Series. Final win against Patria Anke Zylstra over in Niederhausen.
Yes, I've played Aileen a few times this year on the Women's Series.
Did it go to plan?
No.
82.
The last weekend we played each other twice. I was like, what are the chances of this? Unseeded draw, and you draw the same person twice.
Was that in the first round as well?
No, it wasn't. Second, I think.
26.
Lovely setup there from Aileen. Got time on his side with Mayumi being back on 2-3-3.
Aileen, you require 40. No score.
I think, this is just a guess, she wanted to avoid double 10, so she was looking at single 4 and then hit a plum treble 18.
Yes, I think you might be right. I don't think that was just a slip.
Aileen, you require 40.
Different result. This time, the result that she wanted.
I'm not sure why she would have opted to do that anyway, because she finished one of the other legs on double 10, didn't she?
2 of them.
Yeah, so I don't like any double, so.
It's a very vibes-based performance so far from Aileen. Whatever she thinks is right at the time of throwing.
Yeah, and it is all about how you feel. Maybe because she'd got it left with her last dart, she didn't want to run the risk of splitting it to leave the double 5, so opted to go for the 4. We'll never know. I might ask her after the game. So what was that dart you threw?
43.
I'm intrigued.
You probably wouldn't need to specify. She'd know what you're talking about.
82.
There are different behaviours among dart players. Some will have their preferred doubles and they'll do anything they can to leave them. Others are happy to go all the way around the board.
They're all the same size.
Yeah.
It's funny how you do have your favourites.
82.
I think the craziest one I saw this year was Riccardo Pietrezco on the Euro Tour. He had tops left, 8 for double 16.
Oh, yes.
89.
Of course, we've seen Luke Littler go 16, double 10 when he's
Yeah.
got 36 left.
But Luke Littler on double 10's a cheat code most of the time, isn't it?
Absolutely.
41.
It's a much better visit from Aileen.
71.
Well, I've got a 180 column on my notepad, and I'm having to do a lot of brackets, 171,
Yeah.
to record the big visits.
60. Aileen, you're
Yeah, you should have preempted that and had a 171 column on your sheet, Dan.
56. $81. Aileen, you require 56.
Double top.
That beloved double 10.
Okay.
And she hits it again.
Aileen de Graaf. Fourth leg is Mayo to throw first. Game on.
Been a strange old game in many respects.
It makes it quite strange with having such a difference in the pace, because you've got a player that throws so fast and then one that's so methodical.
59.
I don't know how much Aileen will have enjoyed playing this game. She'll enjoy the result if she wins one more leg, but it's been a battle for her.
100.
And Mayumi's not going away.
No, she keeps finding those big scores. Mayumi's got the definite advantage in this leg.
Might not be too little, too late.
Could well be, but it all depends on what Aileen manages to put in here.
Mayumi, you require 80. Aileen, you require 157.
I think she'll take the roof off if she hits this.
57.
That was the first dart at double that Mayumi's missed.
Game short and the fourth leg.
Better leg in 16 darts.
Fifth leg is Aileen to throw first.
She's definitely a capable player, but the fact that she shows no consistency, opponents can feed off that.
Oh,
117.
she let us down.
Primed and ready to write another 171 down.
81.
Hesitation again, we saw a few legs ago.
When we see hesitant darts like that, the first thought is usually the dreaded D word. I don't think it's anything to do with that. I think she's just a mixture of nerves and imbalance.
Yeah, and sometimes you've just not quite got hold of the dart right, and you can correct it. A lot of the times, Pete, that's sometimes why you see such wild darts, because you haven't managed to stop letting it go, if you know what I mean. So at least she is managing to not throw it, and she can reset.
Aileen on a bogey number, but I think she threw those last darts confident enough that Mayumi wasn't going to hit a big score.
Yeah, I agree.
98.
Our commentary position is up on the balcony right at the other end of the stage, and we can hear everything from Aileen. All the yells have come on to herself.
60. Aileen, you require 70.
She doesn't need to go 16.
34.
Mayumi knows what her fate is.
I think she does. She got there.
Aileen de Graaf with a very professional performance against Mayumi Uchi. It threatened to be a very difficult contest, particularly after the delayed start. It was a strange old game. Mayumi can leave with her head held high. She's got to win on the Lakeside stage, but Aileen was too strong.
Ladies and gentlemen, keep your applause going for Mayumi Uchi. And into the quarterfinals, Aileen de Graaf. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, a 5-minute break, 5 minutes, and we will return with our final match of the session in the men's competition. Stephen Giles against Jenson Brandon.
Tickets for the 2025 WDF Lakeside World Championships go on sale this Sunday at 6 p.m. Head over to www.eventbrite.co.uk to grab the best seats. The 46th annual Winmore Fleetwood Memorial Las Vegas Open will be held from January the 17th till the 19th. Sin City welcomes you to come and play in the entertainment capital of the world. Men's and women's champions win places at the 2025 World Championships. The Romanian Darts Festival is held from January the 24th till 26th. Join the party in Bucharest, register to play by Wednesday 22nd of January and kickstart the new WDF ranking season in historical Bucharest. The Toto Dutch Open Darts is held from January the 30th till February the 2nd. Registration is open until January the 15th. The Toto Dutch Open Darts is by far the largest darts party in the world that you should not miss. And the men's and women's champions go to Lakeside in December 2025. The Isle of Man International Darts Festival is held from March 6th to 9th. A triple header of darting fun on the Isle of Man with the Silver and Bronze Classic and Masters and the Unranked Open. The Denmark Open and Masters are held from May 2nd to 4th. One of the best run tournaments on the calendar in the beautiful city of Esbjerg, the Golden Denmark Open provides the champions a direct qualification into the 2025 Lakeside World Championships. Along with the Silver Denmark Masters, it's a tournament weekend to look forward to. The Toronto Area Open is held from May 30th till June the 1st. It will be the biggest WDF tournament in Canada in 2025, with the winners of the 501 singles directly qualifying for the Lakeside World Championships. Come join North America's best dart shooters in Toronto. The Swiss Open and Helvetia Open tournaments are held from May 30th till June the 1st. One of the longest running tournaments in Europe invites you to join them in between the most beautiful surroundings. The Swedish Open and Masters takes place from 15th to 17th of August. A popular tournament for many of Europe's best arrowsmiths, the double silver weekend always provides great entertainment. The Latvian Open and Riga Open are held from October 17th to 19th. One of the biggest tournament weekends in the Baltic region is near the end of the 2025 WDF season. An excellent chance to pick up your much-needed points in this silver and bronze weekend. For more information on each of these tournaments, go to the link in the description. A special thanks to our tournament sponsors and partners, Mission, Blaze, Quiff, Great Game, Dart Connect, L-Style and MasterCooler.com.
We return to the men's third round here at the 2024 Mission WDF Lakeside World Championship. And we welcome back to the stage the Lattimore Darts Classic and Tallinn Open finalists, the reigning Lakeside Darts Masters and Budapest Classic champion from Belgium, Simon Gabel. Welcome to the stage forward Choo-Choo Classic and Shoot for the Moon champion, the reigning Charlotte Open and two-time Virginia Beach Classic champion from the USA, the number 11 seed, Jenson.
It's over to Sibren Hybels and Jason Brandon to conclude this afternoon's session of darts at Lakeside. Two quick and rhythmic players looking to advance into the quarterfinals. Hybels, the least well known of the Belgian contingent, is looking to continue what has been a fine tournament for that particular nation. The only loser, Brian Raman, lost to another Belgian, so one of them had to go. Hybels overcame Liam Mandel-Lawrence in a marathon match yesterday, which lasted an hour and a quarter. His doubling has to improve. He was very, very wasteful on the outer ring. Unlike Jason Brandon, the 49-year-old American, the number 11 seed, making his debut, who took to the Lakeside stage like a duck to water, limited Hannah Schneer to winning only one leg. And while the stats might not jump off the page, it was an 88 average, he mastered the art of timing shots to perfection. It should be a very watchable contest to conclude the afternoon. They have been made to wait a little bit longer than they want, so hopefully that's maybe not got in their heads. They're playing a little bit later than they planned, Scott.
Yeah, absolutely. They're both debutants, so they won't be used to this kind of thing happening. And I actually had a word with Jason, and he was explaining how big a thing it is for him to be here to me, and Hybels was pretty much the same, and because I chatted to both of them at individual times, they then started chatting to each other for the first time, which was nice. So you do forge relationships and friendships here that that last a lifetime, and particularly if you go up there and have a game with somebody that's a real humdinger of a game, that everybody remembers it around you, and of course you two as players are super proud to have played it. So once again, it's where the Lakeside jumps out, and hopefully we get the same here, and Brandon and Hybels can absolutely set the place alight, because it's been a bit of a slow, quick, slow afternoon for us here up in commentary.
Hybels already KO'd one American player in Kevin Luke in round one, and he actually survived a match dart in the last leg. He withstood Liam Mandel-Lawrence's slow pace. That dart in treble one means Hybels will get 6 to tidy up 117.
57.
Yeah, Mendel's game is so slow, isn't it? And for somebody so quick as Hybels, it would have been a difficult game to get any flow, rhythm, and feel to the game.
Shuffles across for tops. He was struggling on tops quite often in the game with Liam yesterday.
So Brandon applies pressure. And I've been told in the past, pressure is for tyres, but it seems to have gone Jason Brandon's way there.
Double 9. Tricky switch. Well and truly mastered. And that first leg was quite an accurate summation of what Sibren has done in this tournament. He scored pretty well, but he struggled on the doubles. He's got away with it twice against both Kevin and Liam. You can only ride your luck for so long.
It's very reminiscent. Another Belgian that came here was they tend to score really well, struggle a bit on the outer ring, but when they are hitting the outer ring with the one dart, their averages are absolutely stonking, because their sort of scoring is just outplaying everything and everybody.
Not quite happening yet for either player. Sibren has had a breakthrough year in the WDF. He's won a couple of titles, and he's tended to travel around and play in the bronze tournaments, just chip away at the system.
32.
Brandon plays all of his stuff in the USA. You add everything together, and that's what creates such an international field.
Well, the way that the WDF system works now with region tables all around the globe, there are more regional tables now than there used to be back in the days of the BDO. So we are seeing a real global field every time we come here. And Jason Brandon, to be able to be number 11 seed off the back of that is pretty impressive indeed, and shows how much the US of A and their tournaments in North America as well are counting towards the rankings here to get here to Lakeside. And long may that continue.
100. It require 124.
Could only get one shot at the bullseye here. He does. And he hits it.
The second leg, Jason Randall.
That'll wake him up. Might have to wake Sibren up.
Yeah, the player I was thinking of was Gert de Vos. Just come to me, it absolutely slipped my mind earlier. He came here first and did something very similar. Would score and score and score and not hit the double. So, and what a player he turned out to be. So it's not a bad trait to have in my mind. He will get the hang of it. He will get used to it.
I'm sure Sibren will have been particularly inspired in the past 12 months, having looked at the achievements of players in Belgium. Andy Barton's, of course, winning here last year, the first world champion from Belgium. Dimitri Vandenberg, UK Open winner. Mike de Decker, Grand Prix winner. There are 2 Belgian European Tour events now. It's taken off like a rocket. And Sibren wants to be one of those poster boys.
57.
And I see no reason why not. You know, the game is getting bigger there in the Benelux area, we'll say, and it is good to see. It is good to see. There are so many new players coming through, or it's either that or I'm showing my age a little bit.
95.
I will not confirm either way.
It's a good idea, because those glasses won't save you a punch in the eye. It's very kind of you to say so, though, Dan. Very kind of you to say. So 156 here then for Brandon.
Still persisting with double top. And I question why, given how much he struggled on it over the past few days. Set dart for Brandon. There it goes, clinical. It's exactly how he played against Hannes Schneer yesterday.
Yeah, I'm impressed. I really am impressed with his composure there, when the easiest thing to do was to lob that like it was a hop spud and get it out of your hand as quickly as you could. But he had the composure, and he really looks comfortable here, I have to say.
One thing we know for certain, the winner of this match will face a Northern Irishman in the quarterfinals. Either the 2022 winner, Neil Duffman Duff, or the daddy Barry Copeland.
A very intriguing setup and lineup that is, that match. It was, again, we've got the situation where 2 have travelled together and are good mates, but when they get on that board, I think Copeland quite uncategorically said that there's no way in the world they will be mates when when they're on the board, and they will do their own thing. And I look forward to that immensely, because both have been internationals for a while, so I've known them both for quite a while. Both very determined characters, and something's got to give in that one.
Sibron struggling to get going.
99.
Both players playing in a slightly noisier atmosphere than they did yesterday afternoon, when you could hear a pin drop.
124.
I'm sure the crowd will ramp up as we get towards the weekend.
56.
It generally does here at Lakeside.
Double 16.
Okay, so the first leg is
Another double, first time of asking.
He's just not missing, is he? I bet he's thinking, well, I don't know what this Lakeside fuss is all about. It's just a dartboard up there and a bit of a stage. Absolutely taking it to it like a duck to water. And Highballs is not doing a great deal wrong, is he? He's just there and thereabouts. But every time he gets close, Brandon seems to check out with that one dart finish all the time. He has a very similar body shape to Peter One Dart Manley, doesn't he, Brandon? Maybe we should name him the One Dart now. Not that one. There we go. His dart setup is very interesting, actually, Jason Brandon there. It's quite a long stem with a kite flight, which makes the throw very positive. It's a very direct throw. There's no drag in the air, very minimal sort of parabolic arcs, shall we say, because of gravitational forces. And it's a very direct throw, but you have to be very accurate and release at the same time when you have such a positive reacting dart. Whereas a bigger flight like this one will have a little bit more drag on it, and so you've got to aim a little bit higher above the treble 20, because the dart can't fly like a rocket. It has its own arc depending on the power that you push it with or throw it with and the weight of the dart. So basically what I'm saying, it's a game of judgment, Dan. It's a game of judgment, and each individual player's judgment, depending on what they've got in their hand, is different.
It's always fascinating to compare and contrast setups, because you get players who go for 170s. Oh.
127. 72.
Had to stop myself then. Double eights. That's a happy accident, because Highballs, I'm pretty certain, was going 12 for top. It hasn't worked out for him, and he's finally got a leg on the board.
It's something that the newer players are doing now. They're going for that treble 12 on 52. They're having the confidence to go for it. And we saw Thomas Junghans earlier in the day go 52 that way a couple of times, and I'm pretty sure that he went for the treble and not for the single, and the single was being sort of second case option. Something that is creeping into the game.
97.
I know Bobby George told me that the best way to go for 1-2-1 was treble 14. That's not crept into the game yet. The reason being is you can hit anything but a single 9 and still be on a shot.
It's like 104. Go for the 16s, you miss either side.
Absolutely. I've only ever gone that way for 1-2-1 on 5 occasions. All 5 occasions against his son, Richie George. And all 5 occasions I hit it. Isn't it funny?
Yeah. I bet he regretted giving you that advice after.
Richard won none too pleased, I've got to say. But yeah, I've never done it on the big stage. Just a little check where he is. Good thinking. I think we can say he's into the game now.
Not going to get as close to taking out 170 as Jason did.
50. Jason, you require 50.
Smart use of the ball to leave Shanghai. Can he slide underneath that? Yes, he can.
Once again, Brandon gets a look at a double. And he doesn't miss.
50.
I have to say, having seen every game in this tournament, having surveyed all the debutants, I don't think I've been any more impressed by a debutant player than Jason Brandon.
No, I agree. I'm impressed with him as well.
See from this camera angle the different ways in which the player's darts land in the board. Sibrin stick up a little bit. Jason throws flatties.
55.
Yeah, the flatty is a dart that we're finding players using now and starting to throw when they have 60 left with double top. Obviously, they try and throw a front-ended flatty dart to keep the flight away from the double top. I've tried it. I keep hitting 12s and all sorts. It's not good for me.
Yeah, patented by Daryl Gurney. And the way he does it is he holds the dart closer to the point, so it's a front-ended grip.
Yeah. And we're seeing the likes of Owen Bates and Cameron Crabtree, and they'll all the younger guys are instigating it. I think Luke Littler's got one. He can do it as well. It's all a bit too much for me, mate. All a bit too much.
95. Zero require 158.
Interesting ploy there. Sibrin going 2 treble 18s for Bull.
24. Jason, you require 150.
And has only come away with 24, so ill-advised.
Jason, you require 92.
Again, good ball management there from high balls.
67. Zero, you require 40.
He looked an inviting guide for the bullseye. Finally, Sibrin Eyeballs hits tops.
There's no two ways about it. The fight and the passion is definitely there with the Belgian. There's no two ways.
140. 139.
Sibrin did try and get his PDC tour card at the beginning of the year, but didn't make it to stage 2 of Q School. I'm sure he'll be looking to have another crack in January.
He may well see me there as well. I've got to go to stage 1 for the first time in my darting life. Should I go? I haven't decided whether to go yet.
93.
I'm sure we'll see your name on the entry list.
Yeah, possibly.
61.
Mind you, lots of opportunities with WDF, Modus, seniors.
Yeah, and bits of commentary here, there and everywhere as well. It's very nice to always be involved in the game that you love playing.
56.
Well, let's hope you don't get your card, because then you can keep working with me.
Absolutely. Couldn't wish for anything more. Dan, couldn't wish for anything more.
First 180 for Sibren, and yet he's staring down the barrel of a 2-set deficit, double six. Excellent from Jason Brandon. He seems immune to pressure, and he is only 3 legs away from a place in the quarterfinals. Hybels has got to mount a comeback, and quick.
Tickets for the 2025 WDF Lakeside World Championships go on sale this Sunday at 6 p.m. Head over to www.eventbrite.co.uk to grab the best seats. The 46th annual Winmore Fleetwood Memorial Las Vegas Open will be held from January the 17th till the 19th. Sin City welcomes you to come and play in the entertainment capital of the world. Men's and women's champions win places at the 2025 World Championships. The Romanian Darts Festival is held from January the 24th till 26th. Join the party in Bucharest. Register to play by Wednesday 22nd of January and kickstart the new WDF ranking season in historical Bucharest. The Toto Dutch Open Darts is held from January the 30th till February the 2nd. Registration is open until January the 15th. The Toto Dutch Open Darts is by far the largest darts party in the world that you should not miss. And the men's and women's champions go to Lakeside in December 2025. The Isle of Man International Darts Festival is held from March 6th to 9th, a triple header of darting fun on the Isle of Man with the Silver and Bronze Classic and Masters and the Unranked Open. The Denmark Open and Masters are held from May 2nd to 4th. One of the best run tournaments on the calendar in the beautiful city of Esbjerg, the Golden Denmark Open provides the champions a direct qualification into the 2025 Lakeside World Championships. Along with the Silver Denmark Masters, it's a tournament weekend to look forward to. The Toronto Area Open is held from May 30th till June the 1st. It will be the biggest WDF tournament in Canada in 2025, with the winners of the 501 singles directly qualifying for the Lakeside World Championships. Come join North America's best dart shooters in Toronto. The Swiss Open and Helvetia Open tournaments are held from May 30th till June the 1st. One of the longest running tournaments in Europe invites you to join them in between the most beautiful surroundings. The Swedish Open and Masters takes place from 15th to 17th of August. A popular tournament for many of Europe's best arrowsmiths, the double silver weekend always provides great entertainment. The Latvian Open and Riga Open are held from October 17th to 19th. One of the biggest tournament weekends in the Baltic region is near the end of the 2025 WDF season. An excellent chance to pick up your much-needed points in this silver and bronze weekend. For more information on each of these tournaments, go to the link in the description. A special thanks to our tournament sponsors and partners, Mission, Blaze, Quiff, Great Game, Dart Connect, L-Style and MasterCooler.com.
Welcome back to Lakeside, where Jason Brandon is in dreamland. After a straight sets win on debut against Hannah Schneer, he's threatening exactly the same against Sibren Hybels. And just looking at the statistics, Brandon's doubling has been excellent, and probably the most notable aspect, he's giving himself chances in every single leg we've seen so far. We've played 8 legs. Brandon has won 6 of them. And Sibren Hybels, the rare chances he has had, he has seldom taken, particularly at tops. Is he going to persist with that, or is there going to be a change of tack? But we were just speaking off air during the break, Scott, and you've been really impressed with Jason Brandon's performance and his demeanour and his temperament. Yeah,
very much so. He's come here, and the way I described it to you off air, it's very Jeff Smith-like. He just gets up there, throws them and gets on with the job, and tries not to overthink what's going on around him. And it's a really hard thing to do. It sounds very easy, but it's not. And I think Sibren is being caught kind of guilty of a bit of a slow start and let Jason get in front. And then I think the second set, I thought Sibren was really good, only to lose out 3-2. But of course, he'd already given his throw up on set 1. So not all is lost for him. You know, if he has a good set here and can get this one back, he may be able to make Jason Brandon think a little. But I know I saw some comments from Dave Fatum on social media about 18 hours ago about Jason Brandon and how this is how he plays, this is what he does, this is what he does in the States. And I'm seeing that firsthand today here live.
Once again, Hybels opts to leave tops, almost in a manner of, I am desperate to prove that I can hit it on a regular basis. Let's see. The double 10 will work.
I think as a player, you continue to leave a double. And I've had it in the past where people go, don't you realise you missed tops 4 times in a row? And you think, yeah, but I won't miss it 5 times in a row. Law of averages says I'm going to hit it at some point, so you keep leaving it. And then all of a sudden you keep missing it. And then it's probably takes a few more misses than you ever give credit for a player to then go, oh, it's time to move. It's time to move and try and leave 36 or something else. But more often than not, the setup doesn't allow you to leave anything else. You know, tops is the more sensible option. So, but he poked the double 10. It doesn't matter if you hit the double 10 after you miss the tops, then it counts as a hit in your head. So, very clever stuff from him. Lots of players will practice that combination of finishing combination, tops 10s and 5s, 18s and 9s, 16s, 8s and 4s, and they will break it down so that when they come to do it in a game, it becomes natural because you're doing it all the time in practice. I know that's one of the big things that Raymond van Barneveld does. He's told me in the past.
40. Jason requires 68.
Double top.
28. Sibren, you require 170.
Rare miss at a double. We've not seen a big fish yet.
139.
He got a little excited there, didn't he, Hybels?
I'm sure every dart player has been there.
Oh, we do.
Games of the second leg, Jason Brandon. Third leg, Sibren to throw first. Game on.
You learn to slow down a bit and give it a chance.
43.
No problem, Mr. Fatum, any time. Nice little message there from across the pond.
60.
I don't know whether he's up late or up early watching his mate Jason Brandon here.
60.
Jason originally from Tennessee, so at least he's not over far on the west coast.
29.
If there are any fans of his and family members, friends back home, tuning in to watch. Oh man, he's doing a great job. Sibren hits a ton, but Jason Brandon looks to be the favourite to take this leg against the darts, and then he'd be throwing for the match in the position that all dart players want to be in when it's set play. Sibren couldn't keep straight, so Brandon gets 6 darts at 144. Might only need 3.
96. Jason, you require 48.
So 48 for Brandon then. Going the 16s route. And gets the 16 route. He goes one leg away. A nice 15 darter here, and you'd think it would be job done, Dan. Oh, they're all sending me little messages now. Danny Baggage has just sent me a message. Nice to hear from you, Danny. Hopefully I can go to Q School and have a good run like I did when I played you in the final, Danny, back all them years ago.
Yeah, you both got your card that day, didn't you?
We did, yes. Yeah, Danny needed... I didn't know till after. Danny needed one leg and I needed to win. So Danny got his leg and I actually won.
140.
And little beknown to me, that cost Chaz Bairstow his card that year. It's always fine lines at Q School.
Has he stopped reminding you every time you see him at Modus or
No,
else?
Chaz is not like that. Chaz is not like that. There's Jason Brandon here then, 130 points away from making the last 8.
I'm sure there will have been a slight temptation to go for the bull, but experience shows no need to do anything flash. To win with a 13 darter, 2 games, 6 straight sets.
Because his dart lies flat, that's difficult. Now it's doubly difficult.
Doubly difficult, but he made it look easy. Jason Brandon is a Lakeside quarter finalist. Another hugely impressive display from the American. He is flying the flag for the Stars and Stripes, and he's going to face a Northern Irishman in the form of Neil Duff or Barry Copeland.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, keep your applause going for Sibren Daniels. And into the quarterfinals, Jason Brandon. And to all our viewers on Great Games YouTube channel, thank you all very much for joining us. We will be back for our evening session at 7 o'clock. See you then.
Tickets for the 2025 WDF Lakeside World Championships go on sale this Sunday at 6 p.m. Head over to www.eventbrite.co.uk to grab the best seats.
Who's coming back tonight?
The The 46th annual Winmore Fleetwood Memorial Las Vegas Open will be held from January the 17th till the 19th. Sin City welcomes you to come and play in the entertainment capital of the world. Men's and women's champions win places at the 2025 World Championships. The Romanian Darts Festival is held from January the 24th till 26th. Join the party in Bucharest, register to play by Wednesday 22nd of January and kickstart the new WDF ranking season in historical Bucharest. The Toto Dutch Open Darts is held from January the 30th till February the 2nd. Registration is open until January the 15th. The Toto Dutch Open Darts is by far the largest darts party in the world that you should not miss. And the men's and women's champions go to Lakeside in December 2025. The Isle of Man International Darts Festival is held from March 6th to 9th. A triple header of darting fun on the Isle of Man with the Silver and Bronze Classic and Masters and the Unranked Open. The Denmark Open and Masters are held from May 2nd to 4th. One of the best run tournaments on the calendar in the beautiful city of Esbjerg, the Golden Denmark Open provides the champions a direct qualification into the 2025 Lakeside World Championships. Along with the Silver Denmark Masters, it's a tournament weekend to look forward to. The Toronto Area Open is held from May 30th till June the 1st. It will be the biggest WDF tournament in Canada in 2025, with the winners of the 501 singles directly qualifying for the Lakeside World Championships. Come join North America's best dart shooters in Toronto. The Swiss Open and Helvetia Open tournaments are held from May 30th till June the 1st. One of the longest running tournaments in Europe invites you to join them in between the most beautiful surroundings. The Swedish Open and Masters takes place from 15th to 17th of August. A popular tournament for many of Europe's best arrowsmiths, the double silver weekend always provides great entertainment. The Latvian Open and Riga Open are held from October 17th to 19th. One of the biggest tournament weekends in the Baltic region is near the end of the 2025 WDF season. An excellent chance to pick up your much-needed points in this silver and bronze weekend. For more information on each of these tournaments, go to the link in the description. A special thanks to our tournament sponsors and partners, Mission, Blaze, Quiff, Great Game, Dart Connect, L-Style and MasterCooler.com.